All right, we are live. Welcome, one and all, to our new layout. Check it out. This is actually provided by Paizo. So you can thank their lead designer. Oh, goodness, I don't remember their name. I apologize. I'll have to pick it up at some point. And if you all might notice, we have a new player today. So welcome one and all, Slug, who's going to be playing Kamimira.
Hello.
And if several people, or maybe one very enthusiastic person could help me out, if you could hop over to the Twitch, the YouTube, and the Facebook.
By God.
Sounds good on Twitch and YouTube.
Okay.
We'll see about Facebook.
Her name's actually Kyoko. I just ordered it like you would like a
Oh,
Japanese name.
that's very unfortunate. I cannot change that right now.
Damn.
So Kyoko,
Oof.
all right, cool. It will be wrong on stream.
How could you have done this?
I am straight terrible. I don't know what to say. I'm also trying to find this on Facebook. Trying something new here.
Yeah, it wasn't like shared on your Facebook or anything.
It's not my Facebook. I made a new Facebook for it.
Oh, then I would have no idea.
Give me a second. I think I found the video on Facebook. I'm just waiting for it to load.
Yeah, it's a page called The Bedla Gamer. It didn't seem to start up on The Bedla Gamer though, but it looks like it's frozen. Maybe.
No, you're live on it.
Okay, it's frozen on from my perspective, but whatever. It's all good there. Oh, there it goes. Kicked.
And the
kicked
sound
in
went through.
Excellent.
There's delays. That's funny. So your Twitch is like on time, your YouTube's a little bit behind, and then your Facebook is even further behind than the YouTube.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just because YouTube and Facebook's streaming, apparati are just not the same as Twitch's for now. But yeah, so what do y'all think? For those who've looked at the new layout, do you like the new layout?
Looks nice. I do like it.
I like it. It looks
Yeah.
very professional.
One moment, I have to see it because
It's
I haven't
got a
seen it yet.
rustic feel to it.
Now we just need our pictures
Nice. It looks awesome.
of our totally existent art for our characters.
Yes, totally existent art. Yep. Well, Finley has art now.
I technically
So-
have art. It's just a giant shield.
When I'm making the big bucks, then we'll get official art. But unfortunately, those bucks have not been had, so we'll just have to manage for now. But yeah, super exciting. Welcome one and all. The first multi-stream. Twitch finally let me go from their icy grip. Speaking of, for those of you who have been supporting me in the past on Twitch, I do apologize that the Switch does kind of remove some of the benefits, like the emotes, which I guess the emotes are still there.
Probably still taking into our account our subscriptions.
Probably.
Yeah, I guess that would have to be what it is. We'll look into that some more. But in the near future, once I get this all kind of organized and settled out, I'll have another source that you can actually go and more directly support the stream. It does take a little bit of time. We are using a service right now for multi-streaming, so they will be very, very welcomed for those who would like to support us. I will get it soon, just not immediately. We're kind of working on that. It's a lot of new stuff. We're moving in a lot of places. The YouTube's been doing pretty good. We've been getting pretty consistent views over there as well. So yeah, our channel is starting to slowly take off, and it's very exciting. But that being the case, one unfortunate thing that is also going to require some work on my end is Rhythm is being taken down tomorrow. And Groovy was already shot in the backyard, not too long ago. So we're not going to have music for like this week and maybe some following weeks. I know what I can do. I'll just have to get a bot that runs music locally. Devin, please, you use that joke everywhere.
Not everybody has heard it.
Oof.
But so no music for this week. I'll get a bot that plays music locally from my computer, and I'll be using the music that I've been using up until this point because it was royalty-free music that YouTube has for their content creators anyway. So we're going to be working on that. And we have a new chat thing available. I do have to tweak that as well because it's really hard, at least for me, to read what people are writing because it's like white on yellowish kind of background. So I might just change that box into like a black box, or I might find a widget that changes the text that comes through. We will see. We will see. But yeah, this is really exciting. We're gonna be starting out really strong, and we're moving forward with a lot of our projects here. So with that, thank you to my players for waiting for me to set up. We'll be getting to the game 30 minutes late, but cheers. All right, where we last left off. The group has returned back from the Shutterwood with what, remaining members they have from the Green Faith members to the city of Gundren, where you were to go off and meet your contacts. And I guess you also just left a big repository of notes in High Priest Dayglade's, quote-unquote Dayglade's, old residence. Ancient Druid texts. I don't know if we actually did that or if we were talking about doing that.
We talked about it. We didn't get to roleplay it out yet.
Okay. But as as you all got to the inn, you saw your two contacts. Let's see here. I don't remember names. Who am I? Not a man who remembers names. Dane Balar and a Newlith Irafine, associates of the Arcane Academy of Corholm, who are studying demonic activity here. Ones whom you have collected some demonic, demonic, I guess samples. Yeah, demonic samples. And you notice that they are sitting there talking across the table from your mentor and patron, Dalen. So, We're in the Musty Inn at the Engundren. It's not a very big place. Think like old Western kind of style inns. Like wood plank floors that are not like completely seamless, and everything is like a dullish gray color. The wood, like the life from the wood, has been literally sucked out. And outside, you see mostly just arid terrain. Uh, it's a somewhat quiet atmosphere. And as you all come in, you see your associates in Dalen.
There's a definite look of surprise on Brayden's face before he kind of like shakes it off, and he's like, I hope our last call didn't put you two on it." He kind of smiles as he walks over.
Oh, hello! The adventurers have returned, and he counts you all out. Good, good. You have all returned. Very glad for that.
Yep, all of us, even Pete.
Even Peak. Peak is there. They're just very quiet. He leans back and he says, "Oh, no. I haven't been too worried about you all." The female elf kind of interjects. And she's like, one moment. Sure. She stutters for a moment. Dalen. Those samples that you were promised to bring us?
Oh, right. He'll turn
Yeah,
to Kyrus.
we've collected a number of samples. He will pull from his bag of holding a number of objects wrapped up in cloth or stored in vials, including, but not limited to, corrupt boar flesh, corrupt boar blood, corrupt boar bones, corrupt plant samples, and the unlisted amounts of random corrupt stuff from our quick travels.
As you produce all of these things before her, she kind of takes them, looks them, and she nods in a satisfactory way. I see you've preserved these in an acceptable manner. Good, good. This will be very helpful for our work. She puts them all in like a... it's kind of like one of those doctor bags, but as she puts them in, they just kind of disappear into a black void.
Okay, good. They also have a bag of holding for this.
Pretty standard fare, honestly.
I'm glad that suffices. Sorry, we ended up delaying things a little longer than you were hoping for.
No, it's fine. I would not hasten looking into the demonic threat. It would be dangerous to do so, and very unwise. Anyway, this is more than satisfactory to start with, but I think there's been a slight change in the contract. And she looks over at Dalen. Yes, I was going to get to that. First of all, you've all been doing great. I can already tell that in the last few months you've all progressed quite startlingly fast. Though, he kind of eyes you over carefully. I have a feeling that things have been getting a little too easy for you all lately.
Really? I didn't feel like that.
Oh, well, the lack of broken bones and damage to your overall beings means that things have been too simple for you lately. You have all
You
been
didn't see me the
growing.
other day.
You've all been growing remarkably fast, but I'm afraid that if things continue the way they are, you're eventually going to plateau off. And at a level that's far too, well, inefficient for dealing with Tarbafon.
Well, what do you suggest?
Well, as your mentor and the one who's going to be looking after you all, I have decided to take up some of your burden to give you a little bit more, like, motions with his hand. To pursue your own pursuits, he thinks, squints. Sorry, grammar's not been my strongest suit. To pursue your own strengths, anyway. I think as of late you've just been taking one mission from the next, going from place to place, and so far that's been working. And I'll tell you, dealing with demons is definitely going to put some hair on your chests.
Gamble just glances inside her shirt.
The Brock lightning storm was a particularly interesting endeavor, I'd say.
Oh, Rock. Very good, very good. And you being alive is even a better sign of your strength then, if those are what you came across. So, he leans back in his chair, kind of tilting it somewhat. I'll be taking over this job for you in the meantime. Collecting some samples and yada yada. He kind of like waves his hand carelessly. But I have been incredibly busy working on finding some pursuits for y'all to take and making some contacts. I've gotten some good bits of information, spoken with some powerful individuals, and I definitely think that there's a lot for you to do, that's for sure. He kind of leans forward back in his chair, placing all four legs on the ground. So, what do you all think? I'm not going to take a job from you, at least if you're so against me doing so.
I think more my issue is just the inconvenience that we'd be putting you in, I suppose. As I recall, you're quite busy.
Yes, quite busy on your behalf. What do you think I've been doing all this time?
Oh, okay.
Working with the city? Just leans around Braden.
I mean, yes, I've been doing that, of course, but they only ever send me to fight powerful monsters they can't deal with themselves, and I've just run out. He smiles.
Well, that sucks.
What are you talking about? That's amazing. That means there's less threats to the people and less work for me to do. So I figured I'd take a break and, spend my vacation fighting demons.
Wait, who's gonna take care of Double Crusher and Lucky then if you're not home?
Oh yes, I have. I've purchased the best pony groomers the world has known to watch after them. I mean, it was a little expensive, 100 gold per month, but I have more gold than I even can count. That's not even an exaggeration. It would take me literal years to count every piece.
Well, what do the rest of you think? And we'll look over to everyone.
Gimbal Jeep's like trying to shove Gammy out the door so Gammy's not in sight.
Yeah! Don't do that!
Stay outside! She's like,
When you give her the command, she's unable to pass the threshold. She pounds soundlessly on the invisible barrier, keeping her outside.
I'm fine with whatever.
Oh, right. That's a thing. I might need your expertise on that one. He looks over at Dalen, but shakes his head and then looks to Kyrus and Finley. And Pete.
Peek's sake. Honestly, after everything I've seen here so far, I don't think I can leave these people. I mean, we saw what those demons could do to them. With the wiggly scales and all that. I think it'd be best if I stuck around here for a while and researched some of the afflictions that demons can cause. I have heard some stories that there are still some odd maladies affecting individuals who have lived in the area, and I think it would vastly improve my pursuits to look into that.
Well, should we stay here then?
No, really. You don't have to, and if Dalen's around, I don't think I'll be in that much danger. Plus, I can work with, Miss, forgets names instantly. It's a true talent. Miss, Earfine here, since we'll be kind of looking along the same lines. But I don't think that really meshes with all what you're doing, and there'd be no point in Dalen sticking around if you all were just gonna fight demons here. So, nor do I think any of you are really in any interest really in pursuing medical advancements.
Oh,
Oh,
looks sad.
Kyrus, can you teach me the rest of the English stuff?
English? Nosebleeds.
Because if Pete gone, I won't be able to study languages.
I can see what I can do. Not been too much of a teacher, but I can try. Well, Dalen, what type of thing did you have planned for us?
Well, it's more along the lines of how I can help you help yourselves, as it were. You all need to find and pursue your own strengths, things and skills you believe will help you defeat Tarbafan, whether it's learning new magics or finding rare materials to produce a indestructible shield, emotions at Braden, or more diving into the spiritual arts and ways of dealing with the undead kind of emotions at Gamble Japes. I've just produced some leads for you all to follow towards these aims, of course.
That definitely would be helpful. Especially it glances back and give me some new stuff.
Yes. I've never seen a goblin that old and as a ghost before. I don't think I've ever seen a ghost of a goblin before.
Can't say I've really ran into any. At least not in the Gravelands.
Well, with their mortality rate, you'd think it'd be a much more common thing. It's an interesting thing to pursue.
Maybe goblins have naturally more fulfilling lives.
I haven't been fulfilled until I ripped someone's head off!
And that's why you're staying outside.
Finley just starts laughing.
How about you, Phil? How do you feel about the situation?
Wait, did you say Finley?
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. You see her scratch her head. Well, improving our skills would be nice, but I don't mind doing what we've been doing before. Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
I I mean, the whole point of everything we've been doing is to follow up on this goal of reaching a high enough capacity to fight with Dalen. If he thinks that this won't lead us down that path, then, I mean, it seems the obvious choice is to take his advice.
That makes sense. Maybe we should do that.
I'll be sad to see Peaks stay here, though. You sure you don't want to come with us?
I'm sorry. I think this is where I really need to be. I really need to figure out what's causing these demonic illnesses. And, I mean, don't worry. It's not like I'm leaving. Dalen's gonna be here, and I can't leave Jinx by herself. I just, you know, if Dalen's already here and everything like that, I don't think I really need you all here to protect me, you know?
I was thinking more the opposite.
To be fair, Dalen has gotten beaten up before. It wouldn't hurt to keep Peek around in case it happens again.
If that's happening, I would be very concerned for the surrounding area. So, we'll not think of such a doomsday event, shall we? That is quite unfortunate, though, because I did manage to find you all a compatriot, as it were. I was hoping to increase your strength, but now it just seems like we're going to be, well, substituting in. Oh well.
Oh,
What?
who'd you have in mind?
I'm sure they're around listening somewhere. He looks around like a corner, since spirits were mentioned a few times. If you're listening back there, you can come on out.
I hope it's not the guy who sold his soul.
And stepping out from around the corner is a 5'3" white furred kitsune with 4 tails. She's covered in elegant vines growing out of her skin. She has blue eyes, and she's wearing one of those conical hats rice farmers wear with like 2 ear holes cut out so that her ears are sticking through. She has leather armor underneath a nice looking cloak and has her bow going across her chest. And her eyes look weathered from hardship with a small glint of hope, looking at each one of you and as well as looking past all of you to roughly the same spot. She gives you all a moderately deep bow and says, "I am Kamimiru Kyoko, though you can just call me Kyoko. I look forward to working with you all."
Oh,
It's nice to meet you. I'm Parade Nines.
I'm
Kairos.
Yumble Japes.
I'm Finley.
I'm impressed. I wish all my players came in with intros like that.
Thank you. She just awkwardly walks forward to all of you. Just kind of stands there.
Anyway, this is Kyoko, and I just happened to come across her when, looking around for anything I could do to aid you guys, and she's been having some difficulty finding parties that can keep up. So I flew her over here. He smiles.
I see.
Looks up at Kyoko. You doing okay? You didn't get airsick, did you? That happens when he flies people.
No, luckily I didn't, but it was very startling.
Well, sorry that other groups weren't working out for you. I hope it's a closer fit. You'll extend a hand.
She'll extend hers, shake it. I hope so. Still looking over just to that one spot in the corner.
He
every so often.
does like the paranoid looks over his shoulder.
Yeah, no, I was totally going to say I do the same. I'm paranoid enough.
She notices and just says, "Oh, just don't worry about it. You might catch me doing that sometimes."
All right. I guess a rundown of what everybody can do. I'm Braden. I will do my best to try and keep you all safe whenever I can. It's more of a democracy, so not really any leaders here, but just letting you know if you run into any situations, don't be afraid to come to me.
Gamble Japes, the little 2-foot goblin, stops from arguing with the ghost of her grandmother for a second.
Leans back. I'm great at hitting things. Let me know.
Goes back to arguing with the ghost.
He gives you just like a slight smile at that.
Entire party mental flashbacks to the bisecting of the cultist.
Yeah, that did happen. I am Kairos. I'm a practitioner of arcane magics, and I have a variety of knowledges on magical things, be they occult or natural, along with the arcane too, of course. And Braden's right. We tend to work as a overall unit, though. If things get hairy, like Braden said, don't be afraid to look to them. They've probably got the coolest head. He looks at Gamble Japes. Then at Finley.
Gamble Japes hearing this pauses.
Yes, Brayden does have a cool head. He's blue.
That's not... Okay. Anyway, Finley.
Hey, I'm Finley. I'm pretty good at stealing, stabbing, sneaking, and at lying.
They
Did you
have
lie about
stolen
what you're
from
good
us.
Did you lie about what you're good at then?
Oh no, that's definitely not a lie.
Please don't steal from me.
Don't worry, I won't. Yet, just kidding.
Oh, and don't forget cargo. Just points to Finley's pocket.
Oh yeah. Here's Corgo.
Cargo's like a small,
full-grown
like
dog.
dachshund-sized mechanical dog.
It's a
Don't you
really
mean
big
corgi
pocket.
sized?
Corgi sized.
Yeah,
Corgi
Corey said.
sized. That's fair.
And we have our shock lizard. I play with it with electricity sometimes. It probably won't hurt you if you leave it alone.
Understood.
Bark, bark, says Corgo.
What a good boy.
She just takes like half a step away from it.
Do you need lockpicks? Opens mouth and like a whole thieves toolkit comes out.
I wouldn't know how to use those, so no thank you.
Okay, mouth just clamps shut.
Finley pats Corgo.
It's not too unsettling if you don't really pay attention to it.
That describes your party in so many ways.
Shh, they can't know that all the craziness is in the party.
I mean, they're off to a great start. They've just experienced between a mechanical dog offering them lockpicks and a goblin arguing with the ghost of another goblin.
And a potentially dangerous lizard that may or may not shock the party.
And a potentially dangerous Finley.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
The shock lizard just kind of like just looking around. It's like imagine like a bearded dragon, just kind of head up, looking around. It holds still for like 3 minutes solid before moving again.
Oh. I excel at attacking from a distance, tracking prey.
Do you use like a bow or something?
She like turns her back towards you to show a bow. Yeah. I have minor experience making poisons as well. So I have some arrows in my quiver that are coded already.
I see.
That could actually be beneficial because I don't think a lot of us know a whole lot about poisons, especially if we're losing peak.
Oh, I wish I could go with you all now. I've never worked on a kitsune before. Is your anatomy like an average human's?
I don't know the average human anatomy.
What's your most unique organ?
Just gives like a very, very puzzled look.
That's normal. She's all about medicine.
I like turns her back again. I have 4 tails. Over time I might grow more.
Wait, you grow more tails? She looks interestedly at your tails.
Should I be worried about her?
She's fine.
Yeah.
As much as I'd really like to go and watch this phenomenon as it may happen, I still think I need to work on these demonic issues. At the very least, I'll learn a lot. I mean, you know, if those wiggling scales are any kind of indication of what demons are capable of, I imagine there won't be anything I can't cure after I'm done here. Oh, right. I'm sorry. My name is Peak. I'm a goblin. And this group's doctor. I guess. Was. I mean, I'll still be around. We'll meet again. I promise. She smiles. A very sharp, toothy grin.
Yes, we will meet again. You might see me with more tails.
Gamble Japes, if they grow more tails, can you watch and see how it's done?
I'll try. Just like arm trying to push Grandma out of the way.
She's desperately trying to bite you and is unable to because ghost.
Can't make any promises.
Well, I think it's decided then. What kind of contacts do you have for us, Dalen?
Yes, sorry, I was getting so wrapped up in this cozy little bonding experience. It reminded me of the olden days. Ian looks off into the distance for a moment. Anyway. Let's see here. So I have gotten some information, and I'm going to only share the amount of information to get you started. It's all up to you to pursue these leads further and to better your aims. You see, you're all getting pretty close to, by my estimations at least, especially if you're dealing with rock, uh, about veteran rank for your standard adventurers. Not many adventurers get to this level of proficiency, we can call it, and many of them end up staying at it. Many of your common threats won't be much of a challenge to you from this point forward, and that's just where my concern is. The ones who do become more powerful are the ones lucky enough to be blessed by fate and have some grand destiny to continuously push them in the direction of ever increasing challenges, which I'm not going to put my money on. Or
Thanks.
who are motivated and ambitious enough to pursue power. As one is well within our control and the other is not, we're going to bank on that for now. So, first, Numeria. It's a place I'm sure you've all heard of in little bits and pieces. In fact, it was not far from its border where we all first met, in the River Kingdoms.
That's where we were heading originally, right, Cameron? Or am I mistaken?
Yes, you were traveling, if you look here on the map, from Daggermark north back to Caliphus, which is up this way. And it was near
40
this
feet away.
border you came across the Numerians who are trying to reclaim the corpse of one of their fallen comrades.
Fair.
I also remember a Dalen appearing and scaring the ever-living daylights out of us.
Also, I believe... Yeah, there's an undead android there.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, that was one of the bits of advice we got about a possible undead android.
We know what androids are.
You spoke to the... you were there for the session where you guys were saved the... Oh, I think you came late to that one.
The gnome tinker.
The gnome tinkerer that you all saved from his hut burning down, or his tent burning down.
I do remember that individual.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. He had mentions that there was a strange occurrence near Starfall. The oh goodness, what are they called? Names. My brain doesn't hold names that well. World Guide. Please. Oh, second the book was put in my hand. It's like it jumped into my brain. The Technic League had an android that they had killed and then buried, and then there were reports that it had come back up and
I
moved on.
do remember that now.
Yes.
But with the mention of Numeria, Braden will say, yeah, I have some vague knowledge on that one. Apparently, there was a lead that we were going to look into about an undead android there.
Well, I mean, if it's piqued your curiosity, there might be some reason for it. But I am mentioning this on your behalf, Braden. It's a place where you can find adamantine and orichalcum.
Oh,
Very rare and powerful materials that can be used to craft all manner of metal objects, most importantly, armors and shields.
yeah, that would probably be pretty good. I've heard of those types of things, at least stories.
I do remember looking into star metal at one point. What would orichalcum and adamantium be like, I suppose?
Those are derivatives of star metal. You see, star metal doesn't come from Galarian itself. It comes from beyond our plane. He motions up to the sky. It's highly advanced metal, and orichalcum, being the rare of the two materials, is said to even have time-bending properties. Adamantine is the strongest material known on Galarian, so obviously would make for a nigh indestructible shield. Or armor. I just remember you have a strong penchant for shields, so.
A little bit of both.
Anyway, I'll let you know though, the region is incredibly dangerous. And to get the materials, you might have to traverse into ancient ruins from otherworldly beings, weathering their defenses in hope of getting some, precious materials. Challenging, I would say, in the least, and potentially deadly if you're not careful.
All right. If you feel we're ready for that, I guess we could give it a go.
Of course, of course. And, Kyrus, I've heard from some reliable sources that you've been getting in touch with the Magambia.
You heard of that?
Of course, I've been keeping up on all of your exploits up until this point, as much as I know, anyway. In fact, I'm very proud of you all for capturing, Castle Everstan. It's going to be very great for the Knights of Lostwall to have such a strong foothold, rather close to the Greyspire. So, anyway, speaking of the Gravelands, anyway, an individual I had heard word of, I went out and met and spoke to him. What was his name? Great chap. He was from the Magambia. Let me see here. He thinks for a moment. Ah, yes, Babatunde. Babatunde Egypt.
Right.
Yes. He is one of the members of the Magambia. It's an academy you see in Avistan. Or sorry, Gundren, which is the lower continent on the world map. He mentioned to me that you had taken quite well and had already made some astounding research into the connection between arcane and primal magics. I think that's a wonderful talent to further nurture and grow. As that being the case, I recommend that you head to the Magambia itself. Deep in the Gundren, you'll have to go through horrifying forests, and without a guide, there's all likelihood you might go missing. It'll require resourcefulness, time and effort, and surviving in a climate you're very much not used to. But if you can make it to the Magambia, I promise you will learn a lot about the nature of magic. I never met Old Maid Jitimbe himself, but I did learn a lot of things in my brief occultic studies, or magical studies.
Brief. You're still better versed than I am.
Yes, I know, I'm very talented. Anyway, I would say go there and you will be in for more than your fair share of adventures, and possibly delving into the secrets of what truly makes magic.
Well, I very much respect the Magambians' practices, and if there's more to be learned from that region and that field of magic and study, I definitely want to pursue it. I'm teaching myself, but I imagine there's a lot more to be learned from those who know, especially from that place.
It's always good to know that there's more to learn. Gamble Japes. And I guess Kyoko, considering you both have similar kind of lines. There's a... how to put it? Not far from Numeria, somewhere in the River Kingdoms, there's reports of a small faction of Hell Knights that have kind of broken off from the group as a whole. Apparently, their pursuits and methods for dealing with the Whispering Tyrant went against their upper leadership, as it were. Let me see here. What was their name? He looks over some documents and such. Ah, yes. The Order of the Key, they're called. Small group of ragtag Hell Knights, I'm sure, who did not fall directly in line with the lawful, workings of the Hell Knights. They might be someone to take note of. I would head to the city of Timon. That was where I last heard information of them. Not far from Daggermark, and on the border of Razmaran.
Who are the Hell
Though-
Knights?
Sorry?
Who are the Hell Knights?
The Hell Knights are an organization of devil-worshipping knights who obey law in all of its aspects. In fact, they even started their own religion known as the God Claw, which takes all the aspects from all the lawful deities, the ones they deem the best, and combine them into one religion. They are mercenary judges, is the best way to call it. They are individuals who go around and enforce law and order in ways they see fit. In order to become a Hell Knight, one must face a devil and overcome its challenges.
Oh.
They are mostly seen as a relatively tyrannical, somewhat evil organization, though not all Hell Knights are evil. But they will enforce the law no matter what. They're the kind of individuals who don't believe in redemption, and that once a criminal, always a criminal.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, so that's their organization.
These aren't the same ones you fought, were they?
Well, I mean, I fought several organizations at once. So, no, actually, they're not from any of the main branches. Fortunately. So there shouldn't be any bad blood. We can hope. Though I do hear that an old friend of ours has gotten invested in looking for them. I'm sure you all
$100?
remember Vicarious Giordano Torchia.
Oh, him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I recall a bit of that, yeah.
So if you go looking for these individuals, you might have a run-in with Hell Knights of the Gate, Order of the Gate. Finley, he turns to you. I honestly don't know what to do with you sometimes, I'll tell you. Though
Don't worry. Oh,
I
sorry,
will
you go.
worry. Thank you very much. I need to ensure that you become powerful enough to help me one day. That being the case, though, I have seen that you've gotten a stronger connection to the Shadow Plane. So, anytime the Shadow Plane might come up, take a look into it. You might find undiscovered power there.
Finley gives you a puzzling look. All right.
He looks you all over with like a keen eye. He nods. I think this will be the difference between whether you'll be able to make it or not. the most you can take with these hints, I think, will really show your potential, as it were. That being the case, we have some time. I'm sure Miss Seraphine here would like to research and look over the items you've given her. So, at least for the short term, anyway, I'll be here in town, and you can all utilize me to any information or any kind of training you want. And I'll do my best to assist. He bows graciously. Oh, right. Considering the change in the contract, you will not be receiving the amounts, promised before. Instead, I'm going to be giving you compensation for the lack of work, as it were, and to help you on your journey, since who knows how long you'll be workless for. Let me see here. He reaches into like a pocket on like his traveling cloak. Yes, here we go. He produces from the pocket a burgeoning sack of coin. And he places it in Praden's hand. And then he reaches in again and pulls out another similarly sized sack and places it in Kyrus's hand. And does this again and again until each of you have a sack that weighs about 20 to 30 pounds. Each sack should contain close to 1,000 gold coin.
Do I get one?
Yes.
I just see him handing it to Peak, and Peak just dropping to the floor.
I mean, it's much appreciated. Not just this, but the time that you've taken to, well, that you've invested in us. We'll make sure not to disappoint you.
Good, you better not. That's a large investment on my part. He smiles.
I haven't even done anything yet.
We'll call it an investment on your behalf then.
Just leans up to Kyoko, like,
Just take it. He likes to give out money.
Gives you a slight smile. I will. Gives a deep bow to him.
Oh god, that's enough gold to produce a bulk in your inventory.
Kyrus just stares at it, and then he finally looks to Dalen. We won't disappoint. This will help a lot.
You're all so worried about disappointing me. Focus more on survival. That's where you need to keep your interests.
People would die for a lot less than this, he says as he starts to put it away.
Yes, they would, for sure. And people would die to take that from you, too. So.
That's why I'm putting it away, shoving in the bag.
Yeah, he essentially just handed you all $500,000.
Oh, and you said 1,000 gold, right? Sorry, I was in such shock.
Yes, 1,000 gold.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, if Kyrus wasn't slowly getting desensitized by Dalen, this would be very hard to accept.
Though, that gold's not going to do you too much out here in the middle of the Sakara Scars, so you'll have to go to a bigger city to make use of it.
That's true.
Yeah, we're gonna have to leave the Sakara Scar.
Which actually reminds me, if anybody needs any downtime here, don't be afraid to ask. You gotta learn to take that time to prepare for stuff. So
There's a few scrolls we found that I could probably add to my spell book. now. But that shouldn't take much time.
It's all good. I know you're good for it. And pats him on his shoulder. Besides, it seems like I might be relying on you for a little bit on this next mission I've been given.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out something for healing. We're probably gonna have to invest a sizable portion of what we all got on that.
Kyoko speaks up. I have minor healing abilities. I can do it 3 times before I need to refocus myself.
All right, that's good to know. I'll have to take that into account. I got similar abilities, I think. Let's see. Sorry, that was just a lot's happened in the last couple minutes.
Yeah,
I can understand.
we all got handed a fortune. Don't laugh at us.
No, I remember those days. Thinking 1,000 gold is a lot. It's great. It's precious.
Oh no, it's him laughing at us in character.
It is him laughing at you in character.
Kidding, this is 7 generations of goblin rage right here.
I will tell you all that to find items of any worth, you'll need about 10 times that amount. So.
Well, you say that. And I understand for your level, but I mean, I would wager this is more gold than any of us have ever held.
Now let's see here. At the average person's working rates,
Oh, you can.
I would say. Oh boy, that's quite. He does some math in his head.
I can say with certainty my family never had close to this amount at once.
Yeah, I would say that's about 20 years worth of income. He nods to himself in satisfaction. I think. Oh, it doesn't matter all too much. In any case, it is a good starting point for y'all. So, well, from this point in your journey, anyway. I mean, we had prior starting points, 500 gold pieces.
Question for you, Dalen.
Sure.
How do you put spirits to rest?
There's a variety of ways. I'm assuming you're talking about that withered goblin there.
Yeah, that's Gammy. Gammy died a while ago, and I don't know why she's following me now.
Well, I wasn't prepared, but I could go receive an artifact that can destroy the soul, but then it will just be gone. It won't go to any afterlife.
That doesn't seem like the appropriate response.
No, it doesn't. So, unfortunately, I guess you'll just have to appease her somehow. He shrugs.
Maybe it's a good thing, like a guardian spirit. I've heard stories of ancestors protecting people and fighting with them in battle, those types of stories.
Who's so
So-
weak that they need to have their ancestors fight for them? Weaklings, I tell you. Weaklings! Humans are all weak.
I think it's like an honor thing. I admittedly don't know much about it.
Goblins
Most-
don't have honor.
What's honor? Can you eat it?
Most spirits are like that. A lot of them. Had my
Like
fair share.
Gammy?
Yeah, they
Oh.
just stick around. Few tend to do what you say, or do what you said.
I mean,
Oh, I thought you meant they all had the temperament of Gammy. I was like,
Oh.
we've dealt with getting rid of spirits before. There was the two ghosts in the the fort when we were taking it over.
I wish I
mean-
could get rid of the spirits I see.
oh. He looks in the corner again.
Audible
Yeah.
blink.
That one over there. His head is partially cut off. It's really unnerving to see.
Gambledew just peeks around Kairos.
We don't see anything there, right, Dungeon Master?
Nope. There's nothing there for everyone else.
Oh God.
Hold
I should
on.
say, none of you have ether sight, correct?
Nope.
No.
Then, no, you do not see anything.
Yeah, I only have a spell scroll of True Sight. I don't know if that True Sight would even do it, but regardless, he will turn in the direction that you have been looking, and he just pulls out his book slowly, like someone in a horror movie, flips a couple of pages, reaches into another pocket, and takes out a glass eye, holds it up, and his eyes flash white as he casts the invisibility.
There's nothing there.
That does not settle him at all. I don't see anything there.
It's a spirit. You wouldn't be able to.
mm,
What kind of spirits are they? Because I can see that one, and she just points to Gammy.
Gammy's no spirit. Gammy is Gammy.
I get
They're-
that, Gammy.
They're just spirits that linger. They haven't moved on yet.
Then what?
And she just points to the one behind her.
I don't know. He's been there the whole time. Not really looking at anyone in particular.
Did we chop anyone's heads off?
We cut a guy in half.
Just all right.
Dalen kind of puts a finger to his chin. Well, yeah, and telling you is not going to change anything, I don't think. Anyway, ghosts and all manner of spirits naturally lie in the ethereal plane. It's kind of like a plane between planes.
Right.
When they manifest is when you can see them and interact with them here in the material plane. But many spirits just exist on the ethereal until they fully manifest. they're not typically aware of anything that is here, but some individuals can see into that plane and can thus be seen by that plane as well.
Oh, okay.
Sounds unnerving, I must say.
Considering that neither can affect the other, it is must be maddening.
It is.
Well, I revealed, I think you'll fit in just fine. As he looks over his very strange group of individuals.
Thank you. I'm sorry to drop that on you all right there so soon.
Nonsense. We're a party. It's good to get things out in the open.
Also, Devin, you telling me Kyrus is almost normal.
Almost.
Almost.
It's just a human. Isn't a revived by a goddess. Isn't a half mad goblin. Isn't a whatever Finley is. Grave robber. There we go.
Ouch.
And is not a four-tailed kitsune that sees dead people. Instead, he's just a cursed paranoid wizard.
Just like Mom used to make.
I mean, he was made by a mom. That's true. Anyway. Well, now that you all have the information you need, feel free to relax. I'm sure you've had some harrowing times recently.
Yeah, the endeavor with the Green Man didn't really pan out, it seems.
Yeah, we tried to go summon a green man, but it ended up just being a cult that was trying to sacrifice people.
Oh yeah, one of those. They're very common.
But thankfully, mostly to all my compatriots here, we found out before, well, everybody died anyway.
Dylan makes a bit of a face and then nods and he's like, yeah, it's... He looks at you. I'm sure you're all aware. Anyway, take the time, relax. When Miss Irfine here is done researching those bits that you left behind, we'll be probably setting off. And I guess I'm taking this one with me. He pats Peek on the head. Peek's like, hey, that's very rude to do that to someone shorter than you, you know. He's like, I'm sorry. Would you like to bite me as compensation? She thinks about it for a second. No, your skin's probably too tough and I might break my teeth. He shrugs. Well, I've reserved the whole inn, so don't worry about compensation for that.
Oh.
The whole inn?
I mean, it was only like 15 gold, so, you know.
I hope there aren't any poor travelers looking for a place to stay.
I hope
Oh,
not.
no. There's a room open. They're free to take it, and I'll just pay for them too.
All right. Well, everybody, get yourself all set up in a room, and I'm sure. Well, I'm sure we'll be bothering you individually throughout the day. He says with a joking smirk to Dalen.
It's not a bother unless you intend to bother me.
Well, I should probably go put these books somewhere.
We should probably return those. As I understand it, the whole druid thing is they're not too big on people holding on to their information.
It's okay, I can't read it anyway.
That's all well and good. I think it's better to be safer and return it to them.
They said they weren't ready, so I gotta go put it somewhere until they are. Wait, he's not around anymore. He doesn't need his house. Okay, I know what I'm doing. I'll be back. See you later.
All right.
Fraden just lets out a sigh. Kind of like rubs his brow. I'm gonna have to go pick those up from his house and take them. That's fine.
Where do you want to put them? I mean, it's that or a random abandoned house.
And hide it in a secret place.
The members themselves said that they couldn't keep them in their own homes. They didn't have the space for it.
I don't know. You used some druidic magic, yeah? Would it
I
be
mean-
safer in your hands, given what
I'm
you've learned, or
not indoctrinated into the druidic circles. The Magambian just chose to share some of their practices. So I can't actually read the druidic. I mean, I could probably parcel together little bits and pieces, but I mean, it's kind of against their.
yeah.
The deal I made with the Magambian was in good faith that I wouldn't try to break their sacred, ways.
Well, that's fair. Yeah, that's why I feel like it's just better to leave it with the one lady that was able to translate stuff like that.
Let's just put it somewhere and let them know where it is, and if they ever feel like they're ready to get it, then they can get it then.
Then kind of strides over. I can possibly procure something that can help with this.
Oh,
Oh,
well, I actually shouldn't be that surprised, I suppose.
Well, I don't want you all getting hung up on something as trivial as this, I suppose. I don't have anything on my person, though. So I'll have to spend a day or so. Let's see. I could... I could go buy some scrolls of teleport.
you always say these
Yeah.
things.
That would be the best. Let's see. There's that academy in Absalom. Yeah, alright.
You're just
give
gonna
me-
buy.
Give me a minute here, he says as he goes and stands off to the side somewhere.
You're
Let's
just
see.
gonna teleport there?
Yep. And he begins incantating.
Can I go with you?
Sure.
He walks over quickly.
Oh, it's gonna take a few minutes. I guess anyone else? I can take 4 of you.
Well, Gamble Jeeps is already headed in the direction of Dayglade's house, so she's not here for this conversation.
I'm just curious to see the place of arcane knowledge that you would be casually purchasing the teleport scrolls from.
That's fair.
I'm alright.
He just
So,
nods.
Camp, to craft poisons that I have in the formula for, do I just spend the gold and just create it, or do I need to get special materials?
You need to be, well, first of all, you need to be in an area that has reasonable resources for you to utilize.
Okay.
Most cities have access to that. This small town's not really going to have much for anything beyond level 1, unfortunately. It's just a small little outpost. You also need to spend some downtime days to do so as well, which we'll get to that soon, so we'll explore all of that here in a bit.
Because I was wondering I could go with them and purchase some.
That's true, you could.
So, I'll step up to go with them.
What place would we be going to? What is the next big town or city that we'll go to?
You have to decide on whose adventure you want to go on next.
I thought we were just going to do them in the order said.
Well, if we're going by order of closest proximity to furthest,
Right.
heading to Starfall would be the first, followed by Taman, followed by the Magabian Academy. But that's all up to you on what you want to do. Each venture is not going to be a short endeavor. But you have all of you have things to gain at each place. So
Right. All right.
all right, and 1 second here. Coincidentally, I think I just got maps for all the regions.
Yo.
Oh, are you guys? The teleport is going to where Dalen lives, right? Or am I mistaken?
No, he's going to Absalom.
Okay, never mind. I have a breastplate that needs to be sold in the room in there.
Oh. By the time we get back there, it'll be worthless to you. Also, I'm very sad. I left my walking pot there, and it's still there, and I can't go back and get it.
I'm sure if you all ask Dalen, he'd be more than happy to grab it for you.
It was a gift, and I barely got to use it.
So sad.
Unfortunately, it's a slow walking pot.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I can shove it in my bag of holding or something.
And we can make soup.
Yes, make soup. All right. So I don't have a map of Absalom at the moment, sadly. Oh, and that's barely. Oh, let's see here.
Oh my god, we're going to Absalom.
Nope, you're going to Absalom.
The big old place.
It is a very big place.
It's like a big deal.
It is. It is like the center of the world. It's called.
Yep, we heard people talk about it previously, and have probably in character, heard of it before that.
It's like New York. It's the New York City of this world, essentially, only bigger.
Yeah, I definitely need to be aware of this place. Theoretically, if I'm ever going to become a big shot mage, I should know where big shot mages go.
All right. So you, there's a brief moment, and Dalen's like, "All right, make sure to expand your diaphragm." And
Or
here we go.
just let it all out.
And there's a moment where immense pressure is pressed in on you from all sides, centering on your core, wherever that might be. And if you're not like holding your breath or expanding your diaphragm, any remaining lingering air is just squeezed out of you for a moment. You guys might hear like a slight gasping sound from anyone who's not prepared. And then they kind of disappear in like a warp. And suddenly, Kairos and Kyoko, you see before you a massive city full of all kinds of people, of all varieties, ethnicities, ancestries, large, tall buildings, all of like marble and not pearlescent, but they're oh god, what's it called? Begins with an A. It's a type of white.
Albatross?
Oh, that's a bird.
The albatross.
Alabaster.
Alabaster.
Alabaster. Yeah.
Alabaster walls and such. You're surrounded by people and who suddenly like back away from the people who just manifested there in this warp space. And Dalen's just looking around and he's just like, I don't think we're too far. Hey, good sir, tell me, where is the Wise Quarter? Oh, yeah, Wise Quarter. Let's see here. And he gives some vague directions. And he's like, oh, good. We're within a few miles. That's good to hear. Oh, hope you both don't mind walking.
I think we can manage. Just looking around at the place.
You begin walking through the very busy streets of Absalom, heading through until you eventually enter into the Wise Quarter, where before you see a large number of institutions of learning and knowledge, large museums, and a variety of academies. You kind of cut your way through some of the crowds, where now you're seeing a lot more individuals who are wearing scholarly or wizardly attire. And you cut through to a pretty decent sized shop. And as you enter in, you see it's a multi-layered shop with all kinds of small platforms leading to upper levels of just magical items of all varieties and kinds. Think the wand shop in like Harry Potter, and now expand that to like the size of like a Spirit of Halloween plays.
Oh god.
He goes up to the counter and he kind of knocks on the desk. A wizened-looking kobold kind of hops up onto his stool and sits there. He's like, "Yes, how can I help you all?" I'm here for some magical scrolls of teleports. I'm sure you have some in stock. The kobold nods and he's like, yes, you must be an archmage of some kind. We do have some. Let me go and retrieve some for you, though I will let you know they're not cheap. Yes, I'm sure they're very expensive. The kobold kind of hops down from the little step ladder and kind of goes into a back room area. Dalen kind of leans. Dalen leans on the desk and kind of looks at you two. Well, if you're interested in anything magical, now's the time to get it.
I could use some materials. I mean, there's probably an endless number of things I'd want to get here. But even with what you've given us, I am aware enough to know that it could not suffice for all I could possibly want.
Well, you got to work with what you have. So
Mm-hmm.
take some time, look around.
I'm actually looking for more natural stuff. Looking for stuff I can make poisons with.
I see, I see. I'm sure there's an arboretum we can go somewhere here in the Wise Quarter as well. We'll make a stop there before we head out.
Would appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course.
Fifth level scrolls are 150 each.
Yeah, the scrolls start getting more and more expensive the higher you go.
I might get like one, but if it's cool with you, we don't have to like role play it now, so I can like
Sure.
actually look at it because like
We'll consider this for like the eventual shopping part we'll be doing here. That you guys, whatever gold you're spending in your downtime days, it's assumed that you just got your materials here.
okay.
So that's all well and good. Eventually, the kobold comes out and he's like, "Yes, we have some scrolls of teleport here. What magic circle are we working with?" Dalen's like, 8th level spells should be fine." Kobold, like, nearly drops his monocle. 8th level spells? You really are an archmage. We don't have many of those. How many do you have? He kind of like nervously is like looking through like a box he had procured. I have about 3, but though 1,300 gold coin. He's like, "Oh, okay, that shouldn't be a problem. I'll take all that you have right now." Oh, okay. 3,900 coin then, I suppose. I would prefer platinum, of course. He kind of nervously laughs. I would guess that would be a little bit easier. I don't have a lot of platinum on me. Alright. Let me go to a bank real quick and exchange some currency, and I'll come back then. Let's see, 390 platinum? Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, I'm gonna go retrieve some coin. You all just look around for the time being, and get anything you need. Oh, good sir, is there an arboretum or anywhere we can buy some, natural components? It's like, yes, there's the Grand Arboretum and some nearby shops, I'm sure, that sells some of their overgrowth. It's, and gives directions. Good. Kyoko, why don't we head that way, and then I'll go and do the bank stuff, shall we?
Okay. And I'll follow him.
Sounds good. We ends marching off. After a good long while, he returns with the coin and pays for the scrolls, and you have your things that you've purchased. And he's like, "Oh, I'm so stupid. I could just buy the things I was intending to. I was planning on going back home and doing a whole thing. That would save us a trip." Good man. Do you have any fulus for sealing purposes? No, I'm sorry. We don't deal with Tianxi or Xianxia items, but I do know of a kitsune not too far from here who does. And he's a good man. All right. I guess we're gonna head there next. You all walk a little further off, and there's a rather oriental-looking building. And inside, you see a bunch of scrolls, but these are like actual scrolls, not like the small spell scrolls you've used up until this point. And a wide variety of strange, new, kind of unique-looking magic items. And behind the desk is a kitsune woman wearing a nice long dress. It's very red. It's in very oriental style with a golden twine. And she kind of bows as you all enter. And she says, "Is there something I can help you with?" Yes, we're looking for fulus for sealing objects. And she nods and she's like, "We have some indeed." Let me go and retrieve those for you, sir. How many would you need? I don't think there too many people are going to be too interested with this. We'll say 3 for now. And she nods. She goes and retrieves the fulus. And fulus are these talisman-looking things. They're little, like, charm-like papers that you write, like, kanji on. All right. All done and paid for. So should we all head back? He looks to you both.
Just let me grab a couple of things. Montage scene plays of me buying just something.
Yes. Also, let me... I don't think I've done this yet. I have to... We got the Secrets of Magic book. Let me just turn it on. Also, he's intending just going straight back. If you guys want him to stop in Corehome, you'll need to let him know. Oh, it's already in. Cool.
Oh, God.
You don't need to buy anything right now.
Yeah, no, actually, I was thinking of, like, Kyrus's, like, impossible anxiety of, like, even considering to ask. Like, if he uses a scroll on it, that's 1,300 gold that he just spends to go grab that thing. And then another to go back.
That is fair. It's also something that he could do, you know, in the interim, in your downtime you're spending in, you know, the town you're in. Because he can at least teleport once per day freely.
That's true.
At the level he needs it anyway. Fortunately, it takes a higher level spell slot for him. Well, if you don't bring it up, he collects you together and pulls the scroll out, begins incantating from it. And as he does so, he's just like, it's a long, because he has to read it for like 10 minutes. And he stops every once in a while. He's just like, oh god, I hate how other wizards write up their spells. They just have no flavor to them. He's just droning as he continues along.
Hear that, Chris? You need to write yours with pizzazz.
I mean, it's just probably trying to be informative. Or... He just scratches his head.
I mean, I'm sure some archmage is just in his tower producing these scrolls whenever he needs some extra money for his studies. And so there's just no life put into these. Alright, we're done. He holds the paper up and it, like, burns away. Expand your diaphragms and you're taken out. And you suddenly appear back in the within the walls of Gundren. And he's like, ah, good, we didn't end up too far away. Brilliant. All right then.
Gundren.
Now, where's this house that Gamble Japes was mentioning? Maybe we can catch her on the way there.
Gamble Japes is currently in the Dayglade house, just unpacking books, putting them in piles. Trying to be neat. Scrolls are in a haphazard pile in one of the pews in the corner. It's just a librarian's nightmare. She's unpacking everything. And trying to tune out Gammy on all of her comments on books.
She absolutely hates him. Well,
You don't like
people
people
willingly write their souls onto paper.
If you don't like it, you can go sit outside.
Thank you for the permission, Gamble Japes. Just goes and marches out and sits on the stoop.
Goes back to unpacking.
I am the Senate.
I am the Senate.
I'm sorry, that's what that reminded me of.
I don't know how long it's going to take her because this is literally in the entire room and her unpacking it. But if she dumps out the bag, it's going to be not just that, but rations as well, which is like 19 weeks worth of rations.
Well, for narrative convenience, you're just about getting done when you hear knocking on the door frame and you see Dalen kind of looking in with Kairos and Kyoto and Toll in tow, unless they decide they want to go do something else.
No, I'm there.
All right.
It heaves a tome probably bigger than her onto a pile. You just hear a thump and some dust.
Oh, hi. Back already?
It's been hours, but yes.
I
Just looks out the window.
It's a little darker than it was before.
Hmm.
Well, when you're done, I guess let us know and I'll help seal this place up.
I just got about done. Let me grab my stuff.
Okay. Make sure you get everything out, otherwise you'll get locked in tight and you won't be unsealed for a while.
Hey!
Maybe we should put Gammy in there. He smiles and looks down. And Gammy is just attempting to hit him in the balls and unable to do so as a ghost.
Man, once she gets a weapon.
Probably should tame Gammy some more before you give her a weapon.
We're
I
gonna
don't
put
think she...
ghost touch so that they can touch the weapon.
Yep, you can do that.
No one tames Cammy. Cammy didn't listen to anyone.
Once you bring everything outside, he's like, all right, let's see here. He pulls out a compass. All right, he begins walking around the house. And he pulls out one of the fulus and begins incantating, and then he sets it on the building, and you watch the fulu kind of like quiver and then like almost magnetically attach to the house. And he goes around the house and marks 2 more locations. He's holding his hands up in a typical like Shinto like chanting style. And then he's like, all right, what should the key phrase to open this place be? Gamble Japes, you're the one who's setting this up.
Give me a second.
I vote on cricket pudding. What? I said my vote.
You asked me and then you said you're placing a vote. Make up your mind.
I can ask for your opinion and give mine as well.
You asked for an opinion, then turned around and said it was a vote. I need to know beforehand.
I see. I'm sorry. What is your opinion?
War chant?
Sorry, what was that?
War chant?
War chant. Okay, sounds good. He finishes the incantation and then says, war chant loudly. And then he watches the whole house, all the windows and all the doors just slam shut. Alright. Next person to come up to one of these seals and yell war chant will open this place up.
Okay. I'll go talk to Druid Lady.
Sounds good. Oh, God, busy day. All right, well, if you don't need me, I'm gonna go and rest my feet.
Yeah, you should probably do that. The forest is rough.
We're not in the forest, but...
No, the forest is rough for when you go there.
Oh, I see. That's fair. He gives a slight bow, and then he heads off to go rest in his room.
Now the fun part, Gamble Japes has no idea where this druid lady lives.
Well, the
Just
town
gotta-
is relatively small enough. If you just ask people around, I'm sure with an accurate description, you'll find her before too long.
She asks general questions. She's not going for diplomacy or anything. She does. These people are already scared enough. She doesn't want to scare them anymore.
No need for diplomacy. I think you'll be fine just asking around. Just take some time. But while you go and do that, so speaking to the group as a whole now, how much downtime do you want to spend here?
How long does it take to make one poison?
4 days if you want to pay full price for it.
Damn.
How much if you don't want to pay full price for it?
Yeah.
Let's see. You're trained in craft, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can only make up to 6 level items if you're trained. Which I forgot earlier. I told you can make up to your level. I was incorrect. You can actually only make up to 6 level items if you're trained. And it's based on your... Kairos is, I believe, an expert in craft, right?
Yes. At least. I believe, yeah, expert. One day I'll be a master. Maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was incorrect. You can make up to 8th level items with
Oh.
trains.
Sweet. Okay.
Protected forever. You need to be a master to make anything 9th level or higher.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm an expert.
Since you're trains and you're level 8, you can knock off 2 gold pieces and 5 silver from the price per day extra you work over those 4 days. And whenever you make a batch of poisons, you actually can make up to 4 poisons at once.
And like still spend the
No, yeah,
price?
it's the same price
Yeah.
per one. So
Oh, okay.
you total the total amount that you're making for the gold, and then you can knock off up to half of the total price, 2 gold and 5 silver per day. And Kairos can knock off 3 per day.
I can spend 8 days to make the 2 poisons I want and pay full price.
You're making 2 batches of 4?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 8 days.
But if we want to leave sooner, I'm not against it.
All right. So, Braden said, if you guys need downtime days in this time, don't be afraid to request it. So,
Okay.
I believe, Kairos, you also needed to you wanted to write down some spells, yeah?
Yeah, it'll only take a few hours though. Maybe a couple days if I have a few. Probably no more than a day. But that's all right. I mean, with this gold, I might be able to work on something else.
And Finley, did you have anything that you would like to do?
Not really, but resting sure sounds nice after what we went through.
Fair. How about for Gamble Japes?
Probably researching demons at this point. I don't think spirits are the problem here.
It's fair. Could probably get pretty decent demon research, I imagine, in this part. Brighton's gonna take 2 weeks. So he's giving everybody 2 weeks of downtime. One of his weeks he's gonna retrain his a feat, and then another he's gonna see about training with Dalen.
Okay. Sure thing. Yes, there's a resource. Alrighty. And also, thank you, Castiel, for your donation. It's highly appreciated. Let's hope it gets through. I'll have to go and figure that out here, how that works. I have it set up, but I haven't actually used it, so we'll see. But that being the case, so for Kairos there, go ahead and total up the number of spell levels you need to learn. Because you spend a number of hours equal to your spell level, or equal to the spell's level.
Right.
So total up those hours, and then we'll divide that by 8. And that's how many days it takes you.
I'll get back to you. You just see what everyone else is up to.
Yep, no, I'm just setting you to task. All right. So, Braden, you're going to be learning from Dalen.
Yes, sir. So, giving Dalen a day to rest because he did go on a teleport journey. And Braden lets everybody know that they have 2 weeks of downtime to do with what they wish.
Oh, we should ask if Dalen could grab our stuff at some point.
It's fine. Like, I'm not having somebody spend like 1,000 gold to sell a breastplate for 2. So
No, he can do it once per day, and I can get my gift pot back.
The pot that assists with crafting.
I guess it's also a good chance to get Pebble Crusher if you ever want to see them again.
He's currently getting spoiled. It's probably better if he just stays home at this point.
I mean, that's fair. It's a very real situation. Oh, man, I feel that one in my soul.
Just gonna come back in the pony style. It's gonna have their hair in all different shapes, and Campbell just not gonna recognize the pony.
Well, if you set him to do so, that just takes 2 days out of your total time.
If that's okay. If not, like, it's fine. It's just I'll never see that pot again.
He is completely okay with it. He gives you the excuse, it's okay. The bed here is rather uncomfortable anyway, so sleeping in my own bed for a night would do me some good.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
all right, he'll probably have, if he's getting the pot anyway, he'll probably have him pick up the breastplate as well.
He's like, it's of sentimental value.
It's more like cleaning out some clutter and probably parting with it, honestly.
Oh, alright.
If anything, I guess I could keep if I ever need to upgrade the plate. That way I don't find myself naked in a fight if one happens to come along.
Well, that's up to you. I can buy it from you, and then I'll just sell it on my own time.
Sure, I don't mind.
I mean, it's whatever you want to do with it.
He throws it away.
Which is a breastplate? I don't think it's that. Oh, it's 8 gold pieces. That's not bad. Sure. I could sell it to you.
Alright. How much is a breastplate? 10 gold, 20 gold?
It's like 8. So I guess since you're doing this for me anyway, I guess 4 would be fine.
Sure, sounds good. Here's 4 gold pieces. He puts it in your hand. Alright, and I guess I'm gonna go retrieve Karis's pots, so I'll be back.
Sure thing.
So he does that. And one day Karis just, you hear a clank, 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 clank. And it stops outside your door.
Your Uber has arrived. Yeah, he'll go open the door, and
There is a cauldron waiting for you.
well, here it is. Come on in.
It goes clank, 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 clank into the room. Your shock lizard looks at it and hisses.
It's just the pot. I will try to
Zaps
reassure
the
it.
pot. Doesn't do anything. It scuttles underneath the bed.
Oh no.
I will just try to reassure it over time and get it used to the freaking pot.
Over time, it will slowly warm up to the cauldron. It was just a little loud and too clangy for it at first.
This poor lizard has been through so much. We nuke its entire family, kidnap it, start to get it acclimated to us, then drag it through demon territory, and now it's being introduced to a sentient pot.
I could just hear Kairos in the background. I warned you. But he'll approach Dalen after the 2-day period of teleporting and goes, I was actually looking into possibly working with you on what we discussed before. Plus, testing my growth, I suppose. If that would be all right with you.
He looks at you closely. Yeah, it does sound like an idea, doesn't it? Well, in the very least, I can teach you some hand-to-hand combat. Sure, I'd be more than happy to.
It certainly helped because recently found myself in a situation where it's not always the best idea to kill the individual, so taking them down non-lethally is better.
It is true. It is true. He looks at his hands. I think nowadays I would struggle to not kill someone, but that's the problem with the strong. Let's work on you for now.
He dukes it out with for a week. Probably does not go well. As Praden is level 9.
Yeah. He shows you the basics. He definitely knows. You get a lot of very good insights due to his just many battles. It's unlike any other teacher you've ever had before. For most of it is just like theory put into practice, or like like practical combinations and such. Dalen gives you a much more keen insight onto how hand-to-hand combat works in an actual fight in a wide variety of situations. And you learn a lot of interesting circumstances and a lot of different maneuvers that, wouldn't normally come up in what you would think in a fight. He opens your eyes in a lot of ways. After the 2 weeks is done, you at least are competent enough to use your limbs in martial combat with little issue. You gain the what is it? The something fists? I wonder if Fighter gets a feat for it, actually.
That'd be interesting.
Well, you gain the powerful fist feature. Which just means that your fists increase to a D6 instead of D4. You don't take a -2 penalty to attack non-lethally. And you don't take a penalty to attack lethally with your fists either.
Pretty sick.
All right, Kyoko, you're making 2 poisons.
Yes.
All right, let's get into that. What poison are you making first?
A batch of giant wasp poison venom.
Giant wasp venom. Alrighty. What's the item level?
7.
Item level 7. Okay, after the first 4 days are done, I need you to make for me a crafting roll with a DC of 23.
Yes.
Success. After 4 days, you can pull full price to produce 4 vials of giant wasp venom.
Hell yeah.
What one are you making next?
I don't know how to pronounce the first word, but it's spelled Sloughin. Toxin. Yeah. That.
Sloughing.
Ah.
Ooh, does it
Sloughing
work
poison?
like the?
Toxin.
Oh, sloughing toxin. Okay.
Oh,
What's the
no.
item level?
7 as well.
Okay. DC 23. Success.
go.
So you can pay for 4 vials of that as well. Full price.
Sweet. And I'm gonna coat arrows with them.
Okay. And, so you know, since you're a crafter as well, if you find any materials in the world that you can utilize, they'll count for half the price of an item that you wish to make.
Ooh.
At least for their item level. So, for instance, if you wanted to make Quasit's poison, you could defeat well, I guess that would be harder for Quasits, because they turn into mush after you defeat them. Bad example. If you want to use, let's say purple worm venom. Really tough monster, but if you kill one and extract its poison sac, you could make a whole batch of vials at half the cost, essentially, with it.
Nice.
And at no cost if you spend the extra downtime to do so.
Good to know. Thank you.
All right, Kairos, you ready to learn some spells?
I'm devastated.
You're devastated.
Yep. I got a lightning storm spell, and it's only primal. Means I can't add it to my book.
Ah, rough.
I was like, it's 5th level, perfect. This will become my new go-to spell.
Oh,
Well, if you advance your Halcyon spellcasting, you'll be able to use it.
Yeah, it's really far up that trait of evil to use high level.
Well, technically, you don't have to go like up a tree for any archetype. It's just based on the level you try to learn it at.
Well, you take a feat that gives you the ability to cast those like spells at that level.
Yeah.
One of their feats.
Let's see. Hyacinth Speaker. Oh, you need the initiate casting. Oh, rough. Yeah. And initiate casting is only at level 10.
It's fine. I'm just dead inside.
Well, you know, things to look forward to.
But the scrolls that I found, of all of them, there are 3 that I want to learn, which is Wall of Stone, Wall of Wind, and Umbral Graft, which are a 5, a 3, and a 4, which comes out to 12.
Okay, so you can get that done in 2 days. Hopefully, anyway, depending on if you make the rolls.
All right.
Should be pretty easy for you.
What's the roll?
Which one do you want to try first?
I might be able to assurance them.
You probably could.
Do I have assurance? I have assurance.
So you might be able to.
Let me see here. Hold on.
Assurance is so good.
Assurance is a really good feat.
God, my skill feat decision was so hard.
In fact, with assurance, Kyoko. Oh no, damn! You wouldn't have been able to make those poisons with assurance.
Damn.
Close.
But no cigar.
Maybe in like 2 levels you could.
Okay. No, I don't have assurance for that. I have assurance for crafting, which is probably the better one to have it on in any case.
That's fair.
But anyway, so what is an Arcana check?
Yep. Which one are you learning first?
I will start with the hardest, which is my 5th level.
Okay, 70 gold pieces, DC 26. Arcana check.
Come on, big money.
Nice. Not a crit. Really close. But you learned that one in 5 hours. No time at all. Alright.
Easy money.
And the 4th level one? That one will be 36 gold pieces.
Oh,
And
I learned spells in half the time.
Oh, okay. Then you learned that one in 2.5 hours.
Because I have a spellbook prodigy.
Oh, that's true.
Anyway, let me do the next one.
Yep. DC 23. On the dot. Rough roll.
I'm a master.
I mean, to be fair, it's because of your master that you got it. So
That's true.
36 gold pieces, and you learned that one in 2 hours.
All right, let me mark that down.
And it's a 3rd level spell next.
Yep. Well, yes. It was 5, 4, and 3. So if I just did the 4, then next is 3.
Alrighty, DC 20.
Well, I have a plus 19.
Yep.
I think I got it.
You get it, and you spend half the amount of gold on it, so you actually only spend 8 gold rather than 16.
Nice.
Due to your efficient use of your materials, you learn the spell in no time at all. And that spell in 1.5 hours. So yeah, you get everything done in a day. No issues.
Ooh, spent a lot of gold already.
Oh, as a quick thing, we're leaving a more demon-infested area. Braden was using the second week to train out of Smite Evil into Shield Warden.
Sure thing. Retraining is good. All right, Karis, you have the better part of 2 weeks now to do anything.
Okay, I was going to talk to everyone. There still might be a couple of spells I wanted to buy, but I was still looking at that. But since this is something that could affect people's decisions on what they want to do, I have materials that could be translated into crafting stuff.
Oh well.
So, for one, I have from the ghost thing we beat ectoplasm level 10. Item level 10. I have 2 corrupt boar tusks. We talked about maybe like making them into a weapon or something. I also have. This probably isn't something we need to worry about now, but I do have those preserved ghoul venom.
And the ghoul hide as well. I mean, ghoul hide armor is a pretty sick thing.
But yeah. Beyond that, I do also know how to make ghost touch runes. So if we wanted to make Gammy a weapon, I can make ghost touch runes.
It would just take a little bit of an investment.
Right.
Oh, do we still have a bell with one on it? Or did we use up all the bells?
I think we used up all the bells already.
I don't
think
have
so.
it, so I assume we don't.
Yeah, because Finley had them all, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's that. But yeah, that ectoplasm thing, that was item level 10, which means you could probably make something pretty decent with it. Of course, if someone wanted something made out of it, I'd want them to, up and invest into creating whatever said object.
Very fair. Plus, we have the gold for sure.
So, yeah. Cameron, do you have any ideas what ectoplasm level 10 could help us make?
Yes. Let me double check something real quick. And so, since you don't necessarily have the formulas, you'll have to essentially craft the item, spending the required amount for an item of that similar level to devise a formula and then make the item. So it essentially kind of costs twice as much. Other than that, you'll have to go and find items to like reverse engineer.
Let's just ad hoc this. Make some random abomination.
There are a few possibilities. Let's see. There is a particular rune called Sinister Night. You etch it onto a piece of armor, and you can activate it to disguise yourself as if you were some form of upper level undead knight.
We'll put that on Finley next time they have to sneak out in front of a ghost knight.
While it's active, any identifying insignia or aesthetics on the armor are replaced with generic malevolent aesthetics, such as spikes or demonic faces. While in the disguise, the wearer is always considered to be taking precautions against life sense. And even creatures that successfully notice the wearer with its life sense mistakes the wearer for an undead unless it critically succeeds a perception check, or the wearer critically fails a deception check or stealth. Finally,
That's-
while in the disguise, the rune attempts to counteract any effects that would reveal your alignments, or on a successful counteract check, rather than negate the effect, the rune causes the effect to perceive your alignment as evil.
If that's what we want to make out of it, we probably don't have to make it now. Because I don't think we're about to sneak into the, the Whispering Tyrant's, layer just yet. Or
No, but we
his
don't know when we're.
minions.
Yeah, but we don't know when we're gonna come across that guy again.
Oh, I'll take him on.
Sweats.
Other than that, ectoplasm can be used to make invisibility runes.
Sounds useful.
Oh, kind of like how Finley's cloak gives them invisibility, or is it something else?
Similarly, you activate it once per day, whispering the command, you gain the effect of the invisibility spell. It's a rune implanted on an armor. You could make a greater rune with this, but you could also make the level 8 item version. If you do make the greater version, which is a level 10 item, which is just enough for this piece in particular, you could activate the effect 3 times per day.
Ooh, fancy.
Granted,
That's
Kairos
pretty
would
sick.
need to level up to be able to make it.
Fair.
Yeah, I can't make level 10 right now.
Yeah, but I believe you'll have another skill increase at level 10.
Will it give me the ability to become a master?
Oh, no, you need level 11, don't you? For master. 1 second.
Oh no.
Oh, no, it's
mas-
level 7. Level 7 gets
Yeah.
you to master. Yeah. So if you increase your crafting at your next increase, which is... Oh, level 9 is your next, or is the increase. What'd you increase at level 9?
Nothing.
Are you not level 9 yet?
I am. I just hadn't.
Did you not level yourself up yet?
I didn't notice the skill increase thing.
Yeah, you get a skill increase at level 9.
Okay, I'm a master now.
Bam. So yeah, Caius just needs to get to level 10 then to make that item at the greater level.
Sick.
Let's see.
So,
I could also say that considering that you guys had the Crimson Brand in your possession, Kairos could spend time investigating the Crimson Brand and possibly make a rune of Ghost Wounding, which does the bleed positive version damage that the Crimson Brand does.
oh, that's nice.
I would put that at a level 8 item as well.
Also, oh no, never mind. I figured it out.
Actually, if we could do something like that for Finley, that'd be pretty good, especially if they apply their sneak damage to it.
Oh yeah, that would be very nice.
That's true. They do wield a piercing or slashing weapon, so definite possibility.
Other than that, it's just kind of up to your imagination. You could make a ghostly veil that allows one to see, spirits.
Oh no.
You could make an item that gives you a bonus to persuasion checks against ghosts.
I create something that casts bullshit. a very handy spell.
But yeah, you just need to tell me like what general effects it will do. I'll give you an item level for it and a general price that you're trying to
Gotcha.
work with.
Well, who are we thinking something for Finley? The ones said so far, a lot of them seem pretty good for Finley.
True.
How are people on stuff? Obviously, the new person probably doesn't have too much in magical objects.
Also true.
I have a couple.
Okay.
My shoes allow me to walk on walls, ceilings,
Convenient.
and I think I have a cloak, like Finley as well. It lets me go invisible.
Gotcha.
This is a weird one, but could he, in theory, use it to craft a wand of ectoplasmic interstice?
If it's based on a spell, I could say he could use it to reduce the price or to account for the item price level.
Well, it's kind of a funny one. It doesn't have a thing on it though, but it's a focus spell is the problem. So I don't know if wands can cast focus spells or not.
Unfortunately, wands cannot cast focus spells.
Ah,
That's
okay.
good.
Well, I was bringing it up because you could technically utilize it to make Gammy like corporeal for a minute.
Oh my god. Say goodbye to your grandmother. We're giving you one last time with her. Okay. Theoretically, if we did the thing that makes you bleed positive damage, how much would that cost?
It's a level 8 rune. So let's see here. It would cost 500 gold to devise and then 500 gold to create. Now, because you have the ectoplasm, you can cut that in half for your total costs, and I'll even allow you to cut both in half so that the total price would be only 500 gold rather than
Gotcha.
750.
Okay. So, if I remember correctly, positive damage doesn't hurt living creatures, right?
Correct. The daggers would only affect undead.
Now, would that make the entire weapon only affect them, or would this effect only
This
apply?
effect would
So
only
they can
affect
still use
undead.
their weapon.
Correct.
It wouldn't like make their weapon useless against other things.
Correct.
Okay. Hmm.
God.
Well, how do you
Finley
feel
would
about that one,
become
Finley?
threat against ghosts.
It'll give you positive damage, which will hurt the undead more. We might not immediately run into them, but we might. You know. You never know.
Sounds good to me. I could finally stab those guys. Well,
It'll cost-
efficiently.
500 gold. Are you willing to dunk 500 into making this?
Yeah, Finley's got so much gold, she's encumbered. So,
Put it in your hidden bag or
shadow.
whatever.
I'll willingly give you $500.
Okay. It's a lot of money.
I like to think like as soon as it was given, it was like the Fallout, like you're over encumbered thing when you pick up too much stuff.
Yeah, Kairos just like slowly crawls away. Just one step at a time. I'm good. But yeah. So I can try to work on that. How long will it take to make it?
To devise the blueprint, it'll take you 4 days, and you'll need to make a check against the item DC.
What's the item DC?
For a level 8 item, it's a DC 24.
So I can use assurance and get a 29, right?
Yep.
Or I could try to roll and get higher.
Now, the important thing to mention about this is
Yes.
is a property rune. So it has to be put on an item that has at least a +1 and that has no other property runes. Striking is a
Oh.
fundamental rune, not a property rune.
So what does
Oh,
Finley's-
Finley's have Ghost Touch, I think.
Yeah.
so they can't take more than one?
Not until you upgrade the item to a +2.
Hmm. Damn. I mean, we could wait until we can upgrade it to a 2, or you get a level 2 weapon.
How do you upgrade it? Sorry, I'm like a newbie to this stuff.
No worries. Upgrading it is essentially you just take it into someone who's capable of doing so, and they upgrade it. Typically, someone who has the formula for doing so. Unfortunately, a +2. Oh, that's armor. 1 second.
+2 is a level 10, so you'd have to go to a level 10 city.
Yeah, I could not do it.
Oh man.
But you could have another dagger that does it, and then when you do get to the next level, you could just transfer the rune over.
Do you have a different weapon? I know you used that rapier.
I do have a dagger.
Do you want that on that?
At the very least, you can devise the formula now,
Mm-hmm.
and then utilize it later.
On the bright side, with the upgrade of to a +2, you would subtract your gold value of your +1 from it. So it would just be 900 gold pieces instead of 935.
Oh,
Still expensive.
But yeah, you could do it on another dagger now, and honestly, like that wouldn't be a bad idea. Because Ghost Touch is not good against standard undead, mostly because they're not ghosts. So
That's true.
I think that would be a good idea to put on the dagger.
All right, we'll do that then.
do you have a +1 dagger, or do we have to make it into a +1 dagger?
Let me double check.
I bet it's
Oh.
not even this one.
Nope, it isn't.
I mean, you
Did I
guys
ever
have the
run
time.
this one?
Yeah, we can wait. It's okay. And speaking of making things, can Kyrus make lesser oils of unlife or just oil unlife in general?
Yes, I can.
Perfect, because Finley needs that. Because you know Finley.
You know,
Yeah.
Finley.
Last time, whenever you bought some, I asked you for one and learned the formula.
Oh, perfect. I just wanted to double check, so I'm not like, make me this, and then you're like, I don't know.
So that
No.
Finley's not sitting there trying to suck down like 30 potions to gain like 5 HP.
Yeah.
That was funny. That was a good time.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and spend the 250 now and learn the formula, and then we'll do it later. Then I guess, since we don't even have a item to put it on,
Okay.
we can spend the time doing other things, crafting other things. Though that
I mean-
does bring a second thing I could do. Maybe, I don't know. I'll ask anyway. The boar tusk. Could I make it into like a corrupt boar tusk dagger? That's like, maybe +1.
I mean, yeah, quite possibly. Let's see. What level was that corrupt boar? I don't think I told you to put item
You didn't
levels on
tell
it.
me, unfortunately.
I don't think it was that high of a level.
Does have the blood core and chase down abilities, if that helps at all.
Yeah, I believe I made it a level 6. What would you like the daggers to be able to do?
Well, maybe. They're from a boar, and it was a corrupt boar. Could it? Actually, I don't even know what that is. What does evil damage affect?
Good creatures.
Only good creatures. We will make that, and we will stab Praden in the back. Got it. I mean, it could maybe have a bleed effect or something, which would be funny if you put the radiant bleed on it too. Because it's from tusks that are meant to,
What was one of the effects it had, Devin?
Blood core and chase down.
Blood quarry. What was blood quarry's effect?
On smelling a creature's blood, the blood boar can designate that creature as its quarry. The blood boar can smell its quarry from up to a mile away. A blood boar can have only one quarry at a time. So it's kind of like a hunt prey thing almost.
Oh, is it called a blood boar then?
And then chase down was the blood boar strides towards its quarry, ignoring difficult terrain and gaining a plus 10-foot circumstance bonus to its speed during the movement.
A dagger that allows them to launch themselves like Palpatine.
Yeah. Let's see here.
If it helps, it is also in the compendium that we have in the notes section.
I see. Let's see here. What kind of thing can I do for that? Okay. It will be... Yes. Okay. It'll be a level 6 dagger, or set of daggers if you want to do it on 2, since you have 2 tusks.
I do have 2. And
1 second here, getting gold price for you. That's not magic items. All right, level 6. The average gold is 230. Actually, 250. 250 gold pieces, which each tusk would cut the cost in half for, that dagger.
right.
You could devise a tusk that has a we'll call it blood hunt ability. Once per day, you can activate the dagger and immediately stride and strike a target. The target must have been a target you have damaged in the last minute. This would also be a +1 striking weapon.
So it just allows you to move and attack as one action?
Yep.
Or, yeah, okay.
That's pretty sick.
Yep. And because it's a baked-in property to the weapon, it does not take up its property slot.
So then,
So you can still put a property rune on the weapon afterwards.
gotcha. Okay. How's that sound?
Finley.
Near, far, wherever.
Maybe they went to the bathroom.
Finlay.
Yes, sorry.
They're talking to you.
Oh, they were. Can you repeat that?
It's too late. I've died. I told you where I left all the gold. Nah, so he said that we could make a dagger that allows you to once per day you can activate it as an action, and you can stride and attack someone you've already attacked today. So, like, if you get into like a combat with somebody, and then they try to move away from you, like that guy did, in that last battle we did, you could activate the dagger, move, and attack him all as one action.
Sweet. Perfect. I'm so sorry about that. I was grabbing a snack.
You're good. But yeah. And that's what both of them would do?
Yes. If you
Alright.
wanted to make two.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, if you have two daggers, you could do it twice per day.
Yes. I wish I had two.
You will. Because we have two tusks.
Yes!
You can stabby stab. Alright, so it's 250 to devise. Divide it in half. So 125. What's the
125 each.
Oh, do I have to devise it twice? The formula?
You don't have to devise the formula twice, no. But to make the daggers afterwards, it's 125.
Gotcha.
I just wanted to specify you have to make both.
Yeah. I understand. So what do I need to roll to devise? Well, craft, but what do I have to get?
This is gonna be a level 6 item. So I mean, you can just auto it if you want. You just spend
What
4
is-
days.
What is the roll? Maybe I
It's
could crit.
less than. That's true. It's less than 8. That's for sure. 22 is the DC.
I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit.
Okay. So you're
Big
devising a
money.
formula, spending
No
4
whammies.
days.
Big money, no whammies.
Dang!
Well,
Holy shit.
you devise the formula, spending only half of the materials. So that's going to be. Let's see. That's going to be 62.5 gold pieces.
All right. I happen to have enough silver for that.
And I will say, since these are not as high a level as the ectoplasm, you're not going to get the same kind of 2-for-1 deal for devising and crafting at half price. So you, from one of them, you can subtract, 62.5 with the remaining materials, obviously, from the price of one of the daggers. And then the other one you can do half price since you have a full tusk for that.
Very fair.
Let's see,
So
six-
from this point, making both the daggers would be 187 and 0.5 gold. Or I'm sorry. That's incorrect. That's for the dagger that you have half the materials for. Plus 312.5 gold to make both of the daggers.
For a grand total of
312.5.
okay.
So now I craft roll.
Yep, now you can craft each of the daggers. Same DC, 22.
All right. I'm gonna try again.
Okay.
Come on.
That's one crit. And then roll the other one, and then we'll see. Damn. All right, you only crit one of them.
You do have hero point. I'm just kidding.
All right, that brings the price down to 250.
That's a pretty good deal for 2+1 striking with special ability daggers. So awesome.
I don't know that they're +1, but
They are. They're +1 striking daggers.
okay. Yay! They're even better than I thought.
So that's 250 for devising the one thing, and then 250 for both of those daggers, coming out to a total of 500 for the entire thing.
No, it was
It was half of the price for the devising it, which was
Oh, okay. So that was 250, or was it?
no, that one was
Oh,
120.
125
Is 125
because of the material.
because you
And
had the
then
material,
I
but then
crit.
you crit rolled that one, making it only 62.5.
And then it was 250 for the daggers total, right?
So the
So,
the 312.5
312.
is the total. Yeah, there you go.
now it's the total instead of the just for the daggers. Okay. Let's see. Finley, could I don't want to make you pay for all of it because then you're having like no money left, but like maybe I could get like 150 from you and I'll cover the rest of it.
Oh, okay, sure. Hands over the money to you.
I think the goal was to alleviate money so they're not encumbered, though.
Yes, that was very nice.
Okay, so now we have made the 2 daggers.
All right.
And now I guess I can make the thing, right? And put it on one of these?
Yeah. Did you already expend the funds to research the formula for the ghost wounding?
Finley had given me some money. We had taken 500 in expectation of making the thing, doing the whole
Okay.
thing. So
Finley, did you expend that 500?
Yes, I made
And
sure
that-
to do that.
Okay, and the
Yeah.
150 you just did now?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Then,
So you're devising the formula for the ghost wounding rune.
mhm.
It's a DC 24.
All right. I'm feeling like I've expended my luck for the day, so
Assurance.
I'm gonna assurance it.
Okay.
And then the craft is also 24.
Yes.
Okay. Should I do it? I have a hero point.
You do have a hero point.
Do
I
it.
say go for it.
Do it.
That was almost a crit.
Almost a crit, but close.
Hero point it. No
Hero
balls.
point!
Well, the hero point just replaces it, right? You don't take the higher of the two.
You take the higher of the two for hero point.
I'm just kidding. That's peer pressure, and we don't condone that here.
We don't.
We condone it a little bit.
I condone it full-heartedly, as long as it's possible.
Yes!
I use it.
All right, Kyoko has offered their hero point. And
No,
got
I
it.
used
What?
mine. I used mine.
Oh, okay. You used yours. Okay.
They,
Alrighty.
they were
Support peer
supporting it,
pressure.
they weren't giving me theirs.
Okay. I see. But yes, that is a critical, so you do make it for half the cost, which means that that would be half of 250. So 125. 125 less.
All right. And then I'm gonna keep that to put toward making those freaking potions if I have the time.
Okay. Well, you've spent
A good
16
amount of time,
days
so that's
on all your
gross.
crafting stuff up until this point.
Dang, it was 16 days. Time flies, huh?
Yeah, it is 4 to devise the boar tusk one. 8 to... Oh, it's been more than 16 days. It's been 20 days.
Dang, Cameron could have told me beforehand.
I mean, you're not on a time crunch.
I made sure to tell Prayden like way ahead of time once I started seeing my projects were going to consume me.
It's all good.
Like might need like 3-4 weeks.
It's just shy of 3 weeks.
Well, plus my own thing. Plus I need to put this rune on the thing.
Yeah, that's what I was accounting for.
Oh, okay.
Because you devised
yeah,
the boar
first time
tusk, then you
thing.
made 2 boar tusks, so that's a grand total of 12. Devise the rune, 16, plus setting the rune, 20.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna tell him a month.
Oh, what's the name of the daggers?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna call them. So they're like these, curved kind of blades, because they're kind of in the shape of the tusk that have been turned into daggers. And I'll have like artistically made them a little, red tinted. Plus, they're like evil and stuff, or made from like a corrupted creature, so they might have some weird tinting to them anyway. Anyway, but yeah, so one is Big Red. And the other is Big Red too.
That's beautiful.
All right, Finley, do you want me to make these items on your character sheet, or do you want to do it yourself?
You should do it just in case if I mess up.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right, and only one of these daggers will have the ghost wounding on it. which I mean is fine because technically you can't apply it more than once anyway. So and then make sure you add those to your formula book as well.
Gotcha. I can make more.
You can. You've devised a new magic item.
It's a sick rune, as we've seen with Campbell James.
The ghost is like, I'm bleeding. What the fuck?
And what are the names?
It was Big Red and Big Red 2.
Big Red and Big Red 2. Embrace the tusk.
Hell yeah, I can't wait to use these on people.
God, the bleeding
Ren-
effect is so nice.
But yeah, so he'll once they're all finished, he comes out of his lab, which is actually just his in room. That sometimes like you see like smoke coming out of open window. He's doing all kinds of stuff in here. But he has them wrapped up. Goes and finds Finley. Finley.
Hmm?
He looks all ragged. He looks like he hasn't slept in days. His hair's a mess. He's like, the project we discussed. He holds out the wrapped up objects.
You see Finley's eyes light up, and she opens it. And she's like, "These are pretty epic, but have you even slept?"
Oh yeah, no, I'm great. Never better. But yeah, they both work with their unique properties, to the best of my understanding. And the rune has been applied to this one. This is Big Red. This one is Big Red too. Hands like just like points both of them out. So it'll do more damage to the undead. Big Red will damage the undead.
Hell yeah, this will be awesome.
I might have a couple other things I need to do, but if I have some time, I'll go ahead and try to make those potions for you. The oil, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go study. He looks like he's gonna go to sleep.
More like the study of sleep.
But hope those serve you well.
Oh, they definitely will. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so he hands us off and goes and sleeps for 13 hours.
All right, and I've added those to your sheet, Finley. I've also given you the blood hunt action on your action bar, and you're all set to go.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for
Of
doing that.
course.
Yay, we did it.
I can finally kill things quicker.
Kill things. You'll just kill the undead more better.
Yeah.
And maybe chase people down in a horrifying murder way.
That will be perfect.
All right. Since everyone else has like another week to deal with, anyone else have anything they want to do?
Dalen promised Campbell Japes how to wrestle things bigger than herself.
Ah, yes. Well, since he has some time, he's like, "All right, let's put this into work." And he incantates and then swells to a large size. I think you'll be able to handle this.
So just for Campbell Japes' reference, he went from a medium-sized creature size to a large? Or did he go
Yes.
enormous?
He went large.
Okay. Alright, and then she spends the entire time like, okay, bring it! Just practices learning how to wrestle things bigger than herself.
Yeah. He it's just one of those things where it's a lot of you just kind of yanking on his finger or trying to take his ankle over. And when he thinks that you're doing it well enough, he'll give. And over the course of that time, you learn Titan Wrestler.
Thank you.
Of course.
How long does that last?
How long does Enlarge last? About 5 minutes.
No, okay. Do you want me to grab lunch for you?
No, I'll just wait here.
Okay. She just heads off. And I'm sure Gammy was giving commentary the entire time.
Oh yeah, she's like, he's not that big. I throw him bigger. Gabba what are you doing? You're doing it all wrong. And yeah.
I'm curious, did her coaching help any during that time?
No, it did not. There's a point where Dalen is just like, okay, this is not helpful. And then he just destroys her with one swing of his hand, not even trying. And unfortunately, she comes back the next day. Because he's a monk and he can hit anything with his fists.
Fair.
Just giant hand just goes. And there's even a point where he grows to a huge size.
The poor people of this town, despite the demon stuff, it was semi-peaceful. Some minor concerns about the tieflings, then all of a sudden Dalen and his party show up pretty much, and now he's just enlarged, so there's a huge person in the middle of town wrestling with a goblin.
You have to go outside of town to wrestle with him. He's the size of a giant.
Gammy out here saying she's fought with mountain giants before.
Yep. All right. Anything else anyone wants to do?
What are the downtime options? I'm gonna write these down so I don't forget them and I don't keep asking you over and over again.
Oh, well, if you ever really need to look it up, you can go to Archive of Nethys and just look up downtime.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you.
But since Dalen's in town, he can help you learn skill feats or feats that he's capable of helping you with anyway. He's not much of a cleric, unfortunately, so no divine stuff.
Oh, okay. And so the retraining the skill feats. So this is gonna sound stupid. What does that entail?
So you essentially remove a skill feat you have, and then replace it with a different skill feat of the same level at which you got it. You can also do this with class feats and some ancestry feats.
Oh, okay. I was just mostly curious about that.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't know why, with all the crafting, aside from the standard visuals that Quentin's given us, I just keep imagining just sounds of crafting. All of a sudden, you hear the clank of pot and a bunch of lizard hissing.
Probably. Maybe a zzz.
Hope he's okay up there.
Oh, yes, I totally forgot. One day, while you're taking a break, Kairos, from your crafting,
Oh no.
you're out. Just it's a nice clear night. You're looking up, and then all of a sudden, you're struck by lightning.
Oh.
But when you sit up, you feel no pain, and instead you find that your book was what was struck by lightning. Now with several, oh god, what's it called? They're the lightning strike like scars people get.
Right. I don't know what those would be called though.
There's like a name for it.
Lichtenberg figure.
What I found was Kiraunographic.
I do believe it's the Lichtenberg is the correct one. Sorry, trying to find the items. Yes. Looking in the book now, it has a strange, almost spell formula in it. And as you kind of like decipher it and utilize it, as you think it, the book glows, and without incantating anything, you begin to levitate off the ground. You gain the Propelling Winds major gift. As a 2-action command, you gain flight, as if you had cast the fly spell on your spell itself. You can use this once per hour.
So is it a 2-action?
It is a 2-action. If you look up Propelling Winds on Archive and Nethys, it'll actually be right there.
So it allows me to do that once per hour.
Once per hour.
Okay. Neat. And he will practice with that a little bit, finding that to be a incredible and unexpected boon.
Honestly, I wish we could have done more to like set it up for you, but we've already spent so much time with you for crafting today. I want to make sure you got your boon as well.
It's cool, man. It's cool.
But yeah, you gain fly speed equal to your move speed.
I need to get the feat that gives me an increased move speed.
It's a good one.
I could retrain for it.
You could.
Does Finley's artifact also change at this point, or does it seem to be the same?
Finley's not level 9 yet.
Ah, okay.
I'm close.
So tantalizingly close.
And you can fly up to 5 minutes. Which is pretty good. And it doesn't cost you a spell slot. And you can do it once per hour.
It's true. That's like, let's see. 110 minutes of flight a day.
If you don't rest, yes.
Yay.
And something really important to note about this effect specifically, you are not casting the spell. It is not a spell-like effect. You gain the effects of fly. So, if you're adjacent to a target who has attack of opportunity, they cannot attack you for activating this effect on yourself.
Ooh. I can just spontaneously fly.
Yep. And then you could technically take a step action away from said individual. And then get away.
Gotcha.
So
Alrighty.
it's a really good boon, actually, to be able to cast a spell without using manipulation.
Oh yeah,
actions.
no.
True.
This is definitely good. I will put it to use.
And now all enemies will have crossbows.
Was trap all along.
You cannot run. You cannot fly away if the enemy is a ghost.
I hate DMs who are like that. You're just like, all right, I'll give you fly. And then every battle after that, fly is like only a little bit helpful. Because every enemy has some kind of ranged attack.
Why does everybody have +1 striking crossbows?
The probability of this is so astronomically
There's so
small.
many gravity mages now.
Everyone's using Earthbind. Fuck.
Why is the area enchanted with Earthbind?
We joke, but I've ran into a DM like that.
All right. Any other downtime stuff you guys want to do?
No.
Campbell Deeps is good. Other than making sure everyone's okay.
Also, I'm so sorry, Slug, that this has been a very logistics-based session.
That's fine.
What's up, Alicia?
Oh, I was just because I can't think of anything for Finley.
Okay. Well, eventually time comes and Dalen and company need to head out. They're going to be making their way to Iz, the ancient Sicarian city that was consumed by the world wound. Dalen gives you all one nice, good pep talk before heading out on his journey and Peak waves you all off enthusiastically.
Darn. And I'm researching. I'm currently learning about that in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous.
Yeah, isn't it interesting? Being able to like see it out of the game.
But now you don't get to go explore it in the game.
Well, there are different time periods in the game where it's during the world wound, and now it's the scar.
That's true.
So it was the Sakaris wound.
It was called the world wound before.
Sakaris is the thing, right? The like demon or whatever.
No,
Actually,
Sakaris is the name of the
that's-
region.
I thought
And
you
the
said
people.
it was. I thought you said it was named after him or something. Maybe I'm just misremembering.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I might have a long time ago because we were just getting started and I was just getting familiar with the lore. It's quite possible. But no, Sakaris is the name of the region. And now y'all need to talk about what your next plan of action is.
After I do whatever unspecified things. Yeah, so I mean, it seems like Starfall would be the next obvious step. It's the closest.
I mean, yeah, it's the closest, but I mean, if anybody has any pressing issues, like this would be the time to bring them up, as Dalen has taken it upon him to give us this ability to travel. So I'm up for discussing it. Is there anything in particular people were interested in?
Not gonna lie, if we go to that place first, we can look for star metal for the gnome.
That was a possible side venture, yeah.
Plus, there was that strange android. Whatever that is.
That is also true.
Hmm.
How about your all's thoughts, and you'll point to their new companion in Finley.
I think we should go to where the star metal is. It's closer, and that star metal seems pretty cool.
I personally do not care where we go. Being new, I know. Player forgot where that train of thought was going. I'll leave it at I personally do not care.
Okay. I mean, yeah. It seems like Starfall is our next locale. Do we know anything about the location in particular?
Well, if I remember right, there is a possible mutated individual, since we were attacked by them across the border of it. There's the Mech Assembly. That's what they were.
The Technic League.
Technic League. My bad. There's the Technic League there, which is not the best group of individuals, from what I understand. Aside from that, just know that's honestly where the most star metal is from.
Okay. And do we have any particular goals there beyond finding star metal? Related
the-
metals.
Well, there's the undead android. That's a possibility. Outside of finding the star metal, it was mentioned to go and explore the individual ruins that are there as well.
Gotcha. Gotcha. And do we know roughly where those are? Are we going to have to go to Starfall and research the locations?
Probably have to study it, honestly.
Gotcha.
Also, if we need any preparations for magical items, if we should probably do a little bit of research on what we might be able to hit on the way there or while we're there to help equip ourselves for the next leg of the venture. Dalen
Yeah.
did say it's a rather dangerous area.
This might be a decent place for us to try to equip ourselves further. That is, if we can acquire materials and gold. I know we still have some gold, but depending, we may need more. If we could find star metal, though, that would be very valuable. All right. I think we have a plan then. We head to Starfall. We'll stop on the way if there's anything interesting. Otherwise, we'll head straight there. Research.
I was going to ask Cameron, since we'll be heading to Starfall, would it be like a society to know if Neurosian or Starfall are particularly high magic level areas?
Yes, you can make a roll on each of them and see what you generally know about them, and it would be society. You can also ask questions specific to the region if you want to get something more than just general information.
That's fair. I don't have society myself, but if
I do.
somebody does, they might be able to roll on it.
Let me put my brain together and think about what I know. I will, yes, do that then.
What do you like to ask, or what are you trying to recall?
We're hearing Gundren, right?
Yes.
Enter the Gundren. If I've heard anything in particular about, well, is it just one question? So I just say like, what's the magic level for Neurosine?
Essentially, how recall knowledge works is you can make a roll on the region, and what you get, I essentially tell you information, and then if you want more, you can keep rolling until you just fail the DC.
Gotcha.
If it's a popular place, like these stars mean these are the capitals of their regions,
Right.
respectively. So their DC is typically a 15.
Okay. Yeah, so
But you can also ask
Neurosine.
specific information, and it changes the DC, what the DC might be. But it's better to get specific information if you're looking for something specifically.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay. Then yes, I will ask you, what is the magic level for Neurosine?
all right. And it's actually
No.
Neurosian
Neurosine.
is how it's pronounced. Let's see
17.
here.
I rolled a 2.
Yikes.
That's good enough, actually, to make the check.
Wait, what?
It's the capital. He said the DC was 15. So, and specific information, I guess it still landed within it.
Depends.
Well, because the question was something specific, it bumped to a 17, which is what you rolled. So
Ah.
There you go.
you made it on the dot. Neurosian is the capital of Mendev. Let's see here. Mendev is the home of the Crusaders. They were the individuals who went out and eventually closed the world wound after 100 years of the world wound being open in their 5th crusade. Nerosian, being the capital, has the highest level of economy thanks to its proximity to the. I believe that's the Sullen. No, that's not the Sullen. This river here on the map. Don't have the exact name of it, but it leads directly into Lake Incarthan, which leads to pretty much everywhere else in Avistan, which is the northern continent.
Gotcha.
So it is. It has a strong noble line, a strong dedication to the Crusades. Their access to magic items is not the best. It's a level 10 settlement, which means you can get up to level 10 items there. But because they don't specialize in magic items specifically, they only have up to item level 5 there.
Gotcha. Okay. And can I get I guess while you're still on it, any like particular information that like just anything that could be of note. It could be anything or nothing.
On
Just,
Nerosian?
Yeah. Something
Okay.
maybe interesting if we were to go there. Just like,
You'll have to make an error.
oh, it's known for blah 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 blah, you know. I think I hit it.
Critical. You get 2 bits of information on this one. Due to the events of the World Wound, a large number of artifacts have ended up within the variety of noble houses within Nerosian. Many artifacts that are specifically orientated towards dealing with chaotic or evil entities, especially anti-demon weapons. You get another piece of information.
Oh yeah.
Due to its strong, due to the presence of Queen Galfrey, known as the ever-living queen, her life has been, not supernaturally, but has been artificially postponed due to the effects of the golden iris ichor, which extends one's individual. She has lived since the beginning of the World Wound and still leads the nation of Mendev to this day.
Wow.
As such, she is known to be a free-spirited queen who trusts her gut more than she trusts common sense, which some say is what led to the success of the Fifth Crusade.
Okay.
If one presents himself as, interesting enough, she might give them a boon, maybe in return for doing any work for her.
Gotcha. Okay, I know what I want to tell them. Okay. Now thinking about it, Nerosian is pretty famous for having, been key in closing the world wound that used to be in this region. Mendev as a whole, but their noble houses have a lot of like magical items, artifacts that are good at fighting evil creatures. Specifically fiends, though there could be some things of value to our ultimate cause as well. What's more, the queen is known for being pretty free-spirited, kind of trusting in their gut. If we could like convince them of what our cause is and maybe do a favor or something, we maybe could even get a hold of some type of artifact that could help us. I know that's kind of a pretty far-fetched seeming thing, but I mean, our whole thing is trying to take down Tarbathon, so maybe it's not as crazy as it sounds, and maybe they would also think that.
Hmm. I mean, it's possible. Admittedly, I've never interacted with royalty, and I don't know the whole thing that goes along with that. But it's an idea.
As far as magic items go, they aren't particularly advanced. They have some mid-level magic items, comparable to some objects that we own already. His way of telling you 5. 5th level. Um,
Well, I think we've been getting pretty good use out of these.
I agree. Could I get the Starfall magic level? Since that was the other question.
Sure, make a society roll. DC 17.
28.
Critical. All right. Starfall, the center of Numeria, and the gathering place of many of the Kelids who live within the region. Kelids, for your information, are like a particular ethnicity of individuals who have lived in a much more like tribal kind of lifestyle. Many of them are hunters, gatherers that have lived very harsh lives in the mostly barren wastelands of Numeria. They've been referenced as barbarians by some, and the region itself is ruled by the Black Sovereign, Kevath Kul. Now that you mention, or now that it was mentioned, because you got a critical, rumor has it that the Black Sovereign has almost completely destroyed the Technic League in recent years.
Oh.
After it was found out that they were intentionally manipulating and poisoning the Black Sovereign with various addictive substances. Starfall is a very large gathering place, and due to the large proximity of ruins from another world, adventurers and researchers of all kinds come in a strange mixing between the scholarly and the brutish. It is a level 8 settlement, and unfortunately they don't focus on magic here, as most of the Broken Lands don't. So they only have up to magic item level 4. But they do have an additional bonus. It's one of the few places that one can get star metal. And various privateers and other individuals who go out and retrieve from the various ruins are willing to sell some at quite the price. Though most of it is unrefined, one might be lucky enough to get a chunk of ore that has the potential to become orichalcum, which is a level 18 item, I might add.
Ooh. Okay. Then you'll kind of share this. That technically we heard about has been mostly wiped out there, actually. They don't have quite as high of magic items as Neurosian. Slightly less. It's definitely a very interesting place. We might be able to find leads on where to find the metal. There are people who sell it, but if our previous meeting was anything to go off of, buying it probably won't be an option for us.
It's a little. I can't really think of the word, but it's kind of like where there's only one place for one thing.
Right. So we'll probably have to try to figure out a site that may have some, and try to go off that. Maybe one of the ruins. I don't really know. Yeah.
Meow.
Meow. Taught my lizard a new trick. So I guess can I make a general starfall?
Yes, you can.
20.
That is a success. All right. Many are concerned that Keboth Cool will go back and start trying to attempt to conquer the entirety of Numeria again, as he did before. He was, well, controlled by the Technic League.
Ah.
Due to this, there are many rumors abound about the nature of Kevoth Kul, whether he is an individual who is on the mend and ready to go out and conquer again, or some rumors say that he is still addicted to the substances. One thing is made clear. Those who lose themselves to any form of inebriation and begin to act wildly will be executed upon the spot.
Oh.
This has led to an unexpected level of civility amongst what was before known as a region of complete debauchery and indulgence in the vices.
Interesting. I'll definitely share all that with the party involving. That's probably good to know.
Grim.
Yeah, I mean, finding out about that individual could be interesting or useful, or it may be something we want to avoid entirely. I'm not really sure.
I mean, none of us really have a vice that I'm aware of. Kind of looks over the group. But,
Well, looks at Finley.
Oh no.
They sound pretty strict. Don't get in trouble when we're there.
I'll do my best.
Could Gamble Tips roll an occultism roll to see if she has any knowledge on occultism stuff related to Starfall?
Yes, you can. Not really too much. Because they're all Kelids, Kelids have a wide variety of beliefs. In fact, many of the natives of Sakaris were Kelids by ethnicity. They are particularly superstitious and have been known to worship and praise beings of exceptional power. In many cases, even worshiping lesser known demons and dark fae.
Yeah, she mentions that as well.
No.
Well, if you had any plans for the gold, those are kind of our options. So, is there any particular place that we wanted to stop off of, or are we heading straight for Starfall?
What do y'all think? Looks at the party.
If we travel to Starasta,
This person she just points to Starasta on the map.
if we go through there, near Ocean, and then Starfall, maybe that'll be easier. We could resupply too if we need to.
The objectives, if we go to Neurosian, would be one, to purchase more items. So potions is one of the big things on our list. Because we've lost our healer, our major healer. Having a few extra potions will be good. The other is to look into potentially trying to get in good favor with either a noble family or the queen themselves to try to get a boon to help on our ultimate quest. If we think that's a good idea. So,
Well, I think it's a pretty good idea.
Sounds about right.
what about you?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Sounds like we're decided.
Well, even though they all said that they think it'll be good, Prayden, what do you think of that idea? You think-
I think it's a good idea. It's just I don't know how likely we are to get like an audience with somebody royalty.
That's
We're
fair.
not particularly renowned that I'm aware of, but it couldn't hurt to try.
We could try to do something to make a name for ourselves. I don't know. I mean, like we said before, it's not like we're on a specific time crunch right now. If we thought this would be a valuable thing to go after, taking a little extra time to build up a name in the city might be worth it. But we'll have to see when we get there, since that's what we're doing.
That's true.
But, I mean,
all things considered, it is relatively out of the way, but not like, say, going all the way back home. So
right.
it'll be a much easier travel. Plus, gives us time to stop in a city after at least traveling halfway to Starfall. So
It'll also probably be the last, normal place, relatively speaking, we go to, since Starfall seems to have some peculiarities.
I have a possible plan for Neurosian.
Oh,
I would prefer it to be a last resort sort of thing, but my seeing spirits thing, I've had it my whole life, and so did my mom, and bloodline thing.
I see.
Over time, they treated it more as a boon and traveled the land in mediums. The early part of my life, that's what I did. I helped people communicate with their lost ones. If we find a noble with an artifact who's recently lost someone, I could offer them like a session or a couple.
I see. That's an interesting idea. But if you don't feel comfortable doing it, though, we don't want to, make you have to do that.
If it's for defeating Tar, I'll do it.
All right. Well, we'll see how things look when we get there. But thank you for sharing your. Thank you for sharing that. Looks at Braden like, I say the right thing.
He gives like a nonchalant, like it's not like a thumbs up, but he gives you a nod.
All right. Then yeah. DM, I think we have our plan.
Okay. So you
Immediately
guys-
go off the course.
I mean, it's just a small deviation. And Rosian might be the last, as you said, civilized location you meet before heading off to Starfall. But that's fair. And what's more important is you picked it yourselves. So
True.
with that, we're going to go ahead and end for the day. Let's do experience. General interpretation. I think there was some pretty good roleplay today, honestly. I'll give you all 20 XP. 30 XP for being here today. Difficult actions. I will give you. I'll give you all some points for devising new magic items. I love seeing new magic items, and I really like those daggers you guys made, and the rune you guys made. So I'll give you 20 experience points. Some good ideas baked into that. Difficult actions, none particularly. You were all working well within your skill sets.
Yep. Got some crits that were impressive, but the rolls themselves were easy.
Yeah. That is true. No combat for the day. I think the only thing I'll really mention as far as those player awards is Kairos gets the utility award for being the group crafter.
For sure.
I'm a thing.
Makes it really, really handy. You know what? And for a face award, I'll give it to Gamble Japes for keeping Gammy in check.
You could have spent the rest of the time trying to get along with Gammy more.
It's okay. Dale and Silencer, so Gamble chips at least a few hours apiece.
And you've confirmed that she will come back on the new day.
Mm-hmm. And she's right in your face when Gamble Japes wakes up, so every morning's fun.
Pity award will go to Kyoko. You came in to join us for a shopping episode. I'm so sorry.
It's alright. It was worth it for 10 XP.
You know what? So beyond that, any player nominations and or kudos?
Kudos to the introductions for everyone, because we were all doing good until we got to Finley. And then poor Kyoko's like, I'm not so sure about this.
Slug also slam dunked the introduction, so I'd probably give that
Yeah.
as well.
I wholeheartedly agree. Take a player award
Thank
for that wonderful introduction.
Thank you.
And you know what? One for Finley as well. I loved your very sketchy introduction.
And I'm really good
I
at lying.
steal and I lie. I'm a liar and a thief. We did meet them after they were trying to steal. They were trying to grave rob. So
It's true.
that's how we found them.
And then they admitted that they lied about the whole grave robbing thing after they were released into Braden's custody.
I totally didn't try to grave rob. Press F to doubt.
Wild.
Kudos to the GM. I loved the scene with Kyrus's lizard being introduced to the cauldron. That was amazing.
That's
That
funny.
was good.
I loved your response to it too. It was just exactly what every pet owner is like, oh, it's just the fridge. Calm down.
I have pets.
It's true. I felt that was very channeled into that moment.
Oh, Gammy's pretty funny. Just imagining her punching Dale in the balls just killed me.
Excuse me. Gamble Japes for sure. Did a lot. You did a lot of characterization for Gamble Japes this session. You're just trying to wrangle Gammy the whole time, so you definitely get a player award because I can definitely feel the frustration. It's like every moment sucks.
Welcome to the shenanigans, Slug. You're gonna experience a lot of those.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm here for.
And we might have another member come December. We'll have to
Oh.
see.
Hello.
What?
Ooh, that'll be fun.
Right now, they are unable to due to college getting in the way. But
Okay.
once fall quarter is over, they may join
But
us.
then won't college start up again and then get in the way again?
Who knows? That's why we'll see at that time.
Alright. Well,
Yeah. Any other nominations or kudos?
Kudos to Braden. You finally get some bonding training time with Dalen. It's only taken in and out so many months.
I mean, he's a busy guy. It's fine.
You know what, though, for learning hand-to-hand combat, which I know is something you've really been wanting for a really long time, definitely, I think, is character growth. Get a player word for that.
Minor pity kudo to Kyrus. You just got all this gold only for us to just go, you know what, we need items and crafting stuff, and it just goes right out the window.
no, because Finley was totally willing to pay, so Finley paid for most of it. I covered some.
True, but still, it's the wizard pity kudo. It's like, oh, I have money. Oh, I have spells I can add to my book, and then the money's just gone.
I'm going to have half the money I had immediately from spells only, so there's that. But Cameron, there's a couple spells I want to buy, but I'll get to you about them on our off time.
Just message me when you get them all sorted out, and then
Gotcha.
And then I guess just make Arcana rolls. Well, I guess you need to figure them out, or you need to spend in-game time. So.
Right. I mean, that's why I said like a month. But honestly, because of my thing, he only needs like a day or two.
I mean, that's true. Well, depending on how many spells. But yeah, just make a list for me of all the spells or all the spells you want, and how much gold you're spending on it, because you have to buy them as spell scrolls.
Yep.
and then I'll be Gucci, and then I guess we'll just have to find in-game time to figure that out for you.
I mean, we could just roll them first thing.
Yeah. I'll figure it out when you send me the list. So we'll handle it then. I obviously have a lot more to do, so we got things we got to handle.
I'm so happy I'm finally rid of that breastplate on my character sheet.
Congratulations.
I finally have the cauldron back.
The cauldron's pretty good. It carries the equivalent for 2.
Can I?
Or
Go ahead.
a quantity for 2. The problem is if you over encumber it, it just doesn't move.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say I should put a rune on it that gives it movement. Extra movement speed, you know?
That is a thing.
You
And
know,
then it's
so
just
it
running as
scuffles more
fast as I-
unsettlingly.
Yeah.
But all right, thank you all so much for being here. I hope you've all enjoyed. This is our first full multi-stream. We're on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. I'm so excited about all this. If you want the chance to possibly join us in the future, go to the Discord. I haven't put it in the description yet on YouTube, unfortunately. You know what? I will put a link to the Discord here in the chats. And let's see here. So you can go to that link if you're watching this video and, you know, on the channel. Then you can just, you'll have to type it in, unfortunately. And because it's on Discord, unfortunately, can't click the link if you're not on Twitch. So, unfortunate. But go there if you want to play with more, or if you want the chance to hang out with other cool tabletop players. We've been gathering a pretty decent-sized community up until this point, and if you want the chance to game with us, I always recruit there first. So go ahead and check us out there. Also, if you're interested in Pathfinder and all this cool stuff that we've been doing, this session especially has been very mechanically interesting. We made some magic items, and there's all kinds of cool rules here. Check us out over on YouTube at Bad Luck Gamer, all one word, on YouTube. If you're on YouTube there already, you can come out, check out some of the videos. Some of them are doing really, really well. Beyond that, yeah, we're just going to be improving our setup a little bit by little bit. Hopefully, we'll have some music next time around. This whole groovy rhythm thing has just been rather unfortunate, but you know, Google gets what Google wants. So, it is what it is. But yeah, I want to thank my players all for being here. Thank you so much. And let's all say goodnight, everyone.
Good night.
How do you know?
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.